Chapter 14:11. In other words, a miniature transcendence halo can have the effect of a miniature main character halo, and a miniature main character halo can have the effect of a medium-sized main character halo. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan frowned. If the transcendent halo had such an effect, it would far surpass the protagonist halo. If that's the case, if I conceal a small transcendent halo in my luck path world, won't I definitely become a sage? He said. That's impossible. The miniature protagonist halo denied Luo Fan's guess. The reason why the transcendent halo has so many heaven-defying effects is because of its freedom and transcendence. If it was sealed in a luck Dao world, then this transcendence halo would degenerate into a main character halo or an even worse supporting character halo. Therefore, it is impossible for the transcendent halo to be fixed in place. Hearing this, Luo Fan's interest in the transcendent halo was greatly reduced. Although the transcendent halo was very miraculous and its effects were very heaven-defying, the transcendent halo was still very powerful. However, he could only stay in a luck path world for 3 days at most, which was not very useful to the owner of the luck path world. At most, it would slightly increase the possibility of him breaking through the bottleneck in his cultivation. At most, he would return to his original state after 3 days. This was not even as good as a protagonist halo. What's the effect of the sage halo? His interest in the transcendence halo was greatly reduced, and he asked directly. The sage halo. The miniature main character halo heard Luo Fan's question and said, the sage halo is a halo that far surpasses the main character halo and the transcendent halo. Every cultivator became a sage. In a luck Dao world, the halo of a sage would naturally appear. This halo is eternal and indestructible. It can't be worn down by 10,000 tribulations. Just like how a saint is to you cultivators, he is supreme. Luo Fan's eyebrows twitched. Compared to other halos, this saint halo was actually in existence similar to a saint. Its preciousness had reached an unimaginable level. What effect does it have? Luo Fan frowned. With this sage halo, the luck Dao world will never be destroyed. Undefeatable by all tribulations. No matter what tribulation, no matter what strange changes, even if the perfect world was destroyed, even if the great world was destroyed, even if the master of this world was already dead, even if his soul had flown away. This luck Dao world would never disappear. It would never be destroyed. This is the greatest effect of the sage halo. The miniature protagonist halo said. Hearing this, Luo Fan's eyes were filled with shock. The luck world is eternal and indestructible. Doesn't that mean that the owner of the luck world is eternal and indestructible? He would also be indestructible. What was the difference between this and becoming a sage? Thinking of this, Luo Fan wanted to speak. However, at the very moment he opened his mouth, he realized that the effect of eternal indestructibility and indestructibility due to the blessing of the sage halo was very different from that of a real sage. True sages were eternal and indestructible. They were the real deal. He would not be harmed by any tribulations or powers, eternally indestructible and indestructible by all tribulations. Even if the world was destroyed, he would still exist in the state of chaos and would not be corroded by the state of chaos. With the blessing of the sage halo, he would be eternal and indestructible. Indestructible by 10,000 tribulations meant that his life essence was eternal and indestructible by 10,000 tribulations. The owner of the luck Dao world would still be injured, would still die, and would still have his soul dispersed. However, even if he fell into the most tragic fate, his life essence would still exist and would still be able to bring him to other spaces and times as if he was reincarnated. If he was lucky, he could even retain his original memories. Although this effect allowed him to survive the destruction of the perfect world, the effect was obviously far inferior to that of a real sage. If he was not careful and lost his memories after being reborn, then although his life essence would still be the same, he would no longer be the same person after being reborn. He would become another person. However, this was already very good. As long as he cultivated a powerful divine ability and could retain his memories, he would be able to surpass the perfect world and achieve what all cultivators pursued: true eternal indestructibility. Thinking about the various advantages of the Sage Halo, Luo Fan suddenly frowned. After his soul dispersed, he could be reborn in another perfect world, or even another great world. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like his soul had transmigrated. As for himself, he had transmigrated from the Earth universe to the untainted world. Moreover, he still could not figure out the reason for this. Now, it seemed that it might really be because he had the Sage Halo. Thinking about this, Luo Fan's heart suddenly beat faster. How do I find this Sage Halo? Hearing Luo Fan's question, the miniature protagonist Halo was stunned for a moment. Then it said, "How do you find it? Just like how I asked you how you can find a sage. How do you think you can find a sage?" Hearing this, Luo Fan could not help but feel a little disappointed. To him, a sage was a supreme existence. He could only see a sage if a sage wanted to see him. If a sage did not want to see him, he would not be able to find a sage even if he spent countless trillions of years searching through all the worlds and universes. Similarly, if the Sage Halo was equivalent to the main character aura, then the main character aura would obviously not be able to find the Sage Halo. "Continue," Luo Fan, who was somewhat disappointed, said directly. Hearing Luo Fan's words, the miniature protagonist Halo was stunned for a moment. After a while, it reacted to what Luo Fan wanted it to say and hurriedly talked about the memories in its memory that could not be transferred out. As it talked, a few decades passed. The world of the Halo was actually an extremely complicated world, and the hierarchy was extremely distinct. In this world, there were countless types of halos, and almost all types of halos existed. Moreover, in almost every world of luck, there would definitely be halos. However, some halos were all kinds of broken halos, while some were complete halos. Of course, any two different types of halos had their own forms. The parts that existed in the world of luck would be completely different. However, not all halos were like the protagonist halo, attached to the surface of the world of luck and constantly produced effects like a dead object. Among them, most of the halos entered the world of luck and participated in the circulation of the rules of the world of luck. They became a part of the circulation of the world's power, completely integrated into the world, and did not show any form at all. Unless the halos themselves were connected, it was impossible for a normal cultivator to use a method to find all kinds of halos. In other words, although Luo Fan had now mastered the magical ability and technique to find the protagonist's halo, he could only use this magical ability and technique to find the various grades of the protagonist's halo in the end. It was impossible to find the Transcendence Halo, the Sage Halo, and other halos. This fact made Luo Fan secretly exclaim in his heart. He felt helpless again. Without the method to find all kinds of halos, it would be extremely difficult for him to find the halos that existed in his world of luck. And if he could not even find the halos attached to his world of luck, how could he make his world of luck break free from the long river of luck? Thinking of this, Luo Fan felt a headache. Over the past few decades, because the miniature protagonist Halo was afraid that it would say something that would make Luo Fan feel that it was hiding something, it used its own words to constantly talk about the memories that it was unable to extract and the memories that it was born with. Although it did not have a body of flesh and blood, it had a great impact on it after talking for such a long time. At this moment, when it spoke, its voice was already full of exhaustion, and it was faintly a little hoarse. That's about it. As for the other things, I can't remember them at the moment. In the end, the miniature protagonist Halo used this sentence to put a full stop to its narration. You can't remember them at the moment? You mean you might remember them in the future? Luo Fan said with a smile that was not a smile. The meaning of this mini protagonist Halo was that he really couldn't remember now, but he felt that there were more memories in the depths of his memory. When he was stimulated in the future, he might recall those memories hidden in the depths of his memory again. This was obviously to make Luo Fan have some misgivings, to make him feel that keeping him alive would give him greater benefits. It did not want him to feel that he had lost his value just because he had said everything he knew. Therefore, even if the possibility of gaining anything from directly invading his memory was very small, it still had to do this, should be. The miniature protagonist Halo braced itself and said. When Luo Fan heard this, he smiled faintly and directly inserted the fragment of the protagonist Halo into the miniature protagonist Halo below. In that instant, the miniature protagonist Halo trembled slightly, and the countless lines that densely covered the entire Halo seemed to have undergone some extremely subtle changes, gradually becoming more complex and mysterious. This change made the miniature protagonist Halo unable to help but let out an extremely satisfied shun. This kind of shun, there was the joy of its own growth, as well as the relief of a stone that had been pressing down on its heart. Although Luo Fan did not directly say it out loud, his actions were already considered to have given him a statement. If he really did not care about its survival, why would he give it this tonic? The miniature protagonist Halo was equivalent to an intelligent being. It had complete intelligence, and it had complete emotions. As for the broken protagonist Halo, it was equivalent to a creature without intelligence, just like a beast. If an intelligent being wanted to eat an intelligent being, it would naturally require extremely troublesome preparations. But if an intelligent being wanted to eat a wild beast, it would be much easier. Therefore, the miniature protagonist Halo quickly devoured the fragment of the Halo, and all the changes quickly stabilized. After the changes of the Halo stabilized, the entire Halo had changed. All sorts of changes made this Halo look much better than before. Luo Fan looked at the changes of this Halo and said, "Did you remember anything that you forgot before?" The miniature protagonist Halo paused for a long time, as if it was trying hard to analyze its own transaction. After a long time, it opened its mouth and said, "Well, after devouring this fragment, some of those memories were indeed activated." "What memories are they? Tell me about them," Luo Fan said directly. Hearing this, the miniature protagonist Halo paused for a while again. Then it said, "Most of these memories are very ordinary memories, similar to what I said before. But there's a bit of memory that seems to be related to the Sage Halo." Luo Fan frowned and said, "What is related to the Sage Halo?" The miniature protagonist Halo became smoother and smoother as it spoke. "In the depths of my memory, there seems to be a divine ability to worship the Sage Halo, which allows me to use a special ability to communicate with the Sage Halo. If I use this ability, I might have a chance to find the Sage Halo. Worship the Sage Halo." Luo Fan frowned as he pondered. This kind of words was indeed trustworthy. If the Sage Halo was compared to the Halo, then the Sage Halo was compared to the ordinary cultivators, then in the inherited memory. The existence of the divine ability to worship the Sage was as normal as the inheritance memory of the ordinary cultivators. Thinking about this, Luo Fan suddenly had a way to find out if there was a Sage Halo in his Luck Dao world. He had an idea and directly said to the miniature protagonist Halo, "What preparation work do I need to do to use that divine ability?" The miniature protagonist Halo said, "Well, at least 3 fragments of the Halo are needed to activate this divine ability." 3 fragments of the Halo? Are you sure? Luo Fan frowned. "Of course I'm sure. You cultivators need 3 sacrifices to worship, but we worship the Sage Halo. Don't we need sacrifices?" The miniature protagonist Halo hurriedly said. Luo Fan's expression remained unchanged, and he said, "Tell me about that divine ability." The miniature protagonist Halo paused, obviously not expecting Luo Fan to still not believe it. However, he was now a fish on the chopping block. Even if he was unwilling, he had no choice but to tell them the sacrificial god art. Compared to other memories, it was more troublesome and complicated to use words to describe the divine ability. The miniature protagonist Halo took a full half a month to explain the cultivation method, the casting method, and the various requirements of the complicated divine ability. The various taboos and difficulties were explained clearly, allowing Luo Fan to truly understand. After fully understanding this magical ability, Luo Fan's brows wrinkled. This divine ability had extremely strict restrictions. Only halos at the level of the protagonist halo or the transcendence halo could be used. As for the others, for example, halos like the supporting character halo or passerby halo, even if he obtained this divine ability, he could not successfully use it, let alone truly connect it to the sage halo. Because of such restrictions, Luo Fan originally wanted to see if he could use this divine ability to find if there was a sage halo in his Luck Dao world, but his plan could no longer be carried out. Helplessly, he could only sigh. He did not say anything more to the miniature protagonist halo. With a thought, the consciousness incarnation directly collapsed, turning back into consciousness and returning to his body. Then, Luo Fan stepped forward lightly and returned to the island where Wang Changsheng was previously. After arriving on this island, he randomly selected a dozen or so ordinary people who were scattered throughout the entire island. A dozen or so true luck directly blessed these dozen or so ordinary people. After doing all this, he quietly floated in the void and thought to himself, only someone with a main character's halo or a main character's halo shard can suppress true luck. As long as I monitor these true luck divine abilities, when they're suppressed, I will naturally be able to find the protagonist halo fragment. At that time, I will be able to use the miniature protagonist halo to cast the sacrificial method and try to search for the sage halo in my Luck Dao world. If I can find it, it means that I have the sage halo. Although to sacrifice the sage halo, one did not necessarily need the protagonist halo fragment as an offering. Other halo fragments like the supporting character halo or passerby halo fragments were also fine. However, who asked Luo Fan to only be able to find the protagonist halo fragment now? Was he the only way to find the protagonist halo fragment? In that case, of course, what he could search for was the protagonist halo fragment. With this thought, Luo Fan did not leave, and he sat cross-legged in the void. He quietly sensed the state of those true luck divine abilities. Those dozen ordinary people received the blessing of the true luck divine ability, almost equivalent to a dozen protagonists, and began their magnificent legendary lives. Most of them only wandered around the pugilistic world and did not come into contact with a higher level. But among them, there were a few who were too lucky, or in other words, their fortuitous encounters were too strong. They did not just come into contact with the pugilistic world, but directly came into contact with the cultivation world and some cultivators. They were even taught by cultivators. They were taught longevity techniques. If these dozens of magnificent and legendary lives were recorded in books, they would be dozens of extremely YY novels. The level of existence that one came into contact with depended on the level of existence. When these ordinary people were still in the category of ordinary people, the level they came into contact with was naturally the level of ordinary people. And when their strength increased, or became a martial arts master, or became a cultivation master, the level they came into contact with also increased correspondingly. Obviously, even they, who only had true luck, could quickly improve their strength. Those who had protagonist aura shards would naturally be able to improve their strength to an extremely high level even faster. Therefore, when the strength of those ordinary people with true luck increased, the more likely it was that those of the same kind they came into contact with had the protagonist halo fragment. In this way, obviously, it meant that Luo Fan did not need to wait too long in the process, and he would definitely be able to find the existence of the protagonist halo fragment. The fact was as he expected, after waiting for less than 3 years. Luo Fan felt that one of the true luck divine abilities that he cast was inexplicably suppressed. This kind of suppression was obviously the manifestation of encountering the protagonist halo fragment. With a thought, Luo Fan's figure directly came to that position. After 3 years of development, this ordinary person who was blessed by the divine ability of true luck had grown into a top martial arts master. At this time, This top martial arts master was fighting with a gentle man who had condensed powerful inner force in his body. Compared to the host of the True Luck, the young man was more than 10 times stronger. Let me see if it's the protagonist halo fragment. Luo Fan's heart stirred. He directly took out the mirror that he had condensed to investigate the protagonist's halo and shown it at the young man. At this moment, the mirror reflected an incomparably long and vast river of luck that filled the universe. And in this vast and endless river of luck, one of the luck worlds that resonated with the young man became bigger and more obvious, and finally completely replaced the entire river of luck, completely occupying the front of the mirror, allowing Luo Fan to clearly see the true appearance of the luck world. Is this the luck world? It looks like it was just born not long ago. Luo Fan looked at the luck world and thought. Such a luck world meant that the life essence of the young man in front of him was just born not long ago. In other words, perhaps the young man in front of him did not have a previous life at all. Normal reincarnation would not affect the Luck Dao world in the river of Luck Dao. Only when the soul of the living being was destroyed, the body and Dao disappeared, and could never be reincarnated, then the luck world might collapse and disappear. Therefore, if there were many previous lives and living beings that had reincarnated countless times, the luck world would definitely be extremely vicissitudes and have an extremely long history. There was obviously only one meaning for such a young luck world in front of him. However, this was just a fleeting doubt for Luo Fan. He quickly shifted his attention to the existence of the protagonist halo or the protagonist halo fragment that might exist in the luck world. The image on the mirror began to change rapidly. The positions on the surface of the mirror that might contain halos or fragments of halos were constantly rotating on the mirror. Soon, the mirror locked onto a position. When he saw the position clearly, Luo Fan could not help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 14:12. This was not the fragment of the protagonist's halo that he had imagined. Instead, it was a complete miniature protagonist halo. On a small island, there's actually a miniature protagonist halo that can even affect a level 9 pseudo-sage. Luo Fan was secretly surprised. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test. Although the miniature protagonist halo had the word miniature in its name, it did not seem to be of a high level. But in fact, this miniature protagonist halo represented the protagonist of a vast sea area. And there might be tens of millions of islands in a vast sea area. And on any one of these islands, there might be a population of 1 trillion. In between, there were also many powerful cultivators. Among so many living creatures, the chances of encountering the main character of this sea region, who had a miniature main character halo, was extremely slim. Because of this possibility, one could imagine the shock in Luo Fan's heart when he suddenly found out that this person was actually the protagonist of this sea area. Because of this possibility, one could imagine the shock in Luo Fan's heart when he suddenly found out that this person was actually the protagonist of this sea area. Looking at this miniature protagonist halo, Luo Fan finally began to carefully observe this young man in front of him. With this observation, he knew that this young man in front of him was not as ordinary as he had seen before. There seemed to be another face hidden in this young man's life source. This face was vague, as if it existed, but also as if it did not exist. But what was certain was that this face was extremely powerful. At least, it would not be weaker than a level 9 pseudo-sage. The moment he saw this clearly, Luo Fan understood that this person in front of him was clearly the reincarnation of a level 9 pseudo-sage. This person was even more likely to have reached the point where he was about to recall his memories before he was reincarnated. He had regained his infinite magical power. I see. No wonder he has this miniature protagonist halo. Luo Fan's face showed a look of enlightenment. If he was the reincarnation of a level 9 pseudo-sage, then this situation, it was only natural. A level 9 pseudo-sage was actually going to be reincarnated, which was enough to show how serious the tribulation he had encountered was. However, he was still able to escape the last bit of his life essence and reincarnate. Now, He was about to awaken his memories and retrieve his supernatural powers. His luck was so good that it could only be explained by the protagonist's halo. However, although he knew that the person in front of him was the reincarnation of a level 9 pseudo-saint, Luo Fan did not have the slightest intention of leaving the protagonist halo. His heart stirred, and that bit of his will was attached to it. The living beings in the river of luck path followed his will and directly crossed the void, disappearing from the surface of the luck path world they were in last time and appearing on the surface of the luck path world corresponding to this young man. He appeared in front of the miniature main character halo. The miniature main character aura was completely different from the main character aura fragments. Because of its completeness, its power was more than 1,000 times stronger than the fragment, and its weight was billions of times stronger than the fragment. Under such circumstances, his body on the surface of the luck path world was still unable to catch the halo. Although he had used the divine ability obtained from the miniature protagonist halo to bypass the main character halo's power and hold on to it, he was unable to raise the main character halo at all. Even if he used all his strength, even if he pushed the power of the magic treasure formed from the divine ability to the limit, the main character halo still didn't move. It didn't shake in the slightest. It's indeed the miniature main character halo. At this point, Luo Fan was finally completely sure that the halo in front of him was indeed a complete miniature main character halo, and not just a fragment of the protagonist halo that looked complete on the surface, but was still broken on the inside. Luo Fan had already dealt with such a halo once. Now, although the living being in the River of Luck Path world was unable to catch the halo, Luo Fan was not helpless because of that. The living being directly began to build an extremely complicated and mysterious array formation and altar on the surface of the Luck Path world. Because this process had already been done once, it took much less time than the last time. Therefore, it took much less time than the last time. In just a few days, the array and altar were completed. After the array formation was completed, Luo Fan's consciousness in the River of Luck Path world began to communicate with Luo Fan's main body on the altar. As the altar and the array formation began to work, Luo Fan felt that some kind of channel had suddenly been established between him and the altar. This kind of channel was extremely mysterious. It felt like he could use this channel to pour energy or even matter into the altar and be used by the controller of the altar. Sensing the establishment of this channel, Luo Fan let out a long breath. With a thought, a powerful power was poured into it through the channel and then transferred through the altar. Then, it was completely controlled by the consciousness in the Luck Path world. After he took control of that terrifying power. The arm-shaped magic treasure that had been transformed by the grasping halo divine ability to reach the peak of Tao had become countless times more powerful. A powerful and unparalleled power shrouded the heart of the living being in the River of Luck Path. Under this feeling of power, the living being suddenly reached out and exerted force, slowly lifting the ring of light from the surface of the Luck Path world. The incomparably heavy feeling was like the weight of an unknown number of universes and worlds. Even with the support of the main body's power, the artifact still trembled slightly. Faint cracking sounds came from within the artifact. Clearly, it was unable to bear the heavy burden. At this moment, the reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage young man, who had already returned to a manor after a few days, suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger shrouding him. Under this sense of danger, the other face that existed in his life essence suddenly struggled fiercely. This struggle made countless knowledge and memories appear in the young man's mind out of nowhere. As the other side of his life essence struggled more and more intensely and more terrifying, more and more knowledge and memories appeared in the young man's mind. Finally, the struggle of the other side of his life broke through a certain boundary. With a light crackling sound, the other side of his life essence completely changed. The young man's expression changed in an instant, and an endless suction force suddenly appeared on his body. It madly pulled the Yuan Qi in a wider and wider range into his body. In an instant, crackling sounds could be heard coming from his body. The endless yuan qi was tempered and condensed by his powerful will. In the end, it turned into a power that was tens of thousands of times purer and condensed than ordinary yuan qi. It broke through all the shackles on his body and made him instantly reborn. From an ordinary martial arts expert's body, it became the most suitable Tao body for cultivation. After the change in his body, the speed at which this person absorbed yuan qi became faster and faster, and the power that was tens of thousands of times purer and condensed than yuan qi became even stronger. One boundary after another was broken through by this power. Not long after, this person broke through the boundary between immortal and mortal and became an itinerant immortal from an ordinary martial arts expert. Then true immortal, golden immortal, Tai itinerant immortal, Tai true immortal, Tai golden immortal, and finally he broke through the boundary between Tai and innate grand luo and stepped into the innate grand luo. And at the instant, he pushed his cultivation to the innate grand luo. The incomparably terrifying suction force on the primordial qi disappeared in an instant. Once a cultivator became an innate grand luo, he would naturally be self-sufficient, and his body would be able to produce all the yuan qi he needed for cultivation. He would no longer need to absorb yuan qi from the outside world to cultivate. Moreover, the yuan qi produced in this way was more suitable and beneficial to him than any yuan qi he absorbed from the outside world. Because of this, the young man's body no longer produced the suction force on yuan qi. Even so, his cultivation level didn't stop because of that. Instead, it increased at an even faster speed. In the innate grand luo realm, there were also 3 realms: itinerant immortal, true immortal, and golden immortal. However, these 3 realms, which were originally separated by a huge gap, were broken through at a faster speed than before. Very soon, this young man charged into the demi-saint realm. Then, the demi-saint realm could no longer restrain him, and he directly charged into the peak of the demi-saint realm. In the end, he was stuck at the half-step demi-saint realm and could not continue to improve. This young man did not hide the crazy improvement of his cultivation realm at all, and the state where he absorbed the endless yuan qi without any scruples was extremely obvious. Therefore, although he had only spent less than a day to improve from an ordinary person to his current level, there were already countless cultivators gathered in the surrounding void, surrounding where this young man was, and watching from there. At this moment, the young man did not care about the people outside, but felt pity in his heart. It's a pity that I haven't refined a magic treasure. If I had a magic treasure, I would definitely be able to make 9 consecutive steps and step into the 9th step and become a level 9 false saint again. Although he was already a level 9 false saint in his previous life. However, the cultivation method that he cultivated was the most orthodox, which was the cultivation method of the demon realm. If he wanted to step into the false saint realm with such a cultivation method, he would have to rely on the power of a magic treasure. Only with a false saint level magic treasure could he break through the demi-saint realm and become a false saint. Therefore, even though he was already a level 9 pseudo-saint in his previous life and had mastered all the realms before level 9 pseudo-saint, he still needed a pseudo-saint treasure that was completely compatible with his cultivation method in order to become a pseudo-saint. Otherwise, he would always be a level 9 false saint. Although the strength of a level 9 false saint was not the highest on this island, it was already considered a top level since most of the false saints had gone to the island where the Book Supreme was. Therefore, although this young man was plundering the yuan qi without any scruples, releasing his aura without any scruples, and suppressing the surrounding crazily, none of the surrounding cultivators dared to go forward and question him as they had expected. Instead, all of them looked at each other, hoping that someone else would go and negotiate with the young man. How could such a big movement not be noticed by Luo Fan? With a thought, Luo Fan already understood the consequences of acting together. He could not help but think to himself, I didn't expect him to be stimulated to awaken his memory. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to know much about the protagonist's halo. After he woke up, He did not think of a way to stop me. As he thought of this, he rubbed the extremely heavy miniature protagonist's halo in his hand. Now that he had found a way, it did not take much time for Luo Fan to take out the miniature protagonist's halo. At this moment, so much time had passed. He had already used the altar. With the help of that mysterious channel, the miniature protagonist's halo was directly passed from the River of Luck to his hand. The halo was extremely heavy. Although Luo Fan was rubbing the halo, he also felt overwhelmed. He felt that his body was almost being crushed into powder by the halo. Under this overwhelming feeling, Luo Fan did not waste any more time. With a thought, the heavenly divine court cauldron spun and sucked the miniature protagonist halo into it, placing it far away from the miniature protagonist halo. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've lost something important? At this moment, the young man who had recovered from the regret of not being able to break through began to recall why he suddenly recovered his memories. He thought for a long time and checked everything he could. In the end, he could only sigh in frustration. What I've lost must be extremely important and precious. After all, he was a rank 9 fall sage in his previous life. Although he had only recovered the cultivation of a half-step pseudo-sage, his knowledge and wisdom were not to be underestimated. However, it did not suffer any damage. He still had the ability to reason logically, based on his confidence in himself. Since he felt that he had lost something, he must have lost something important. Since he had lost something extremely important, but he could not find it no matter how hard he tried, it meant that the thing he had lost was beyond the limits of his control, or the limits of his understanding. He was originally a rank 9 false sage, and it was easy to imagine how precious and important something that even he could not grasp or understand was. That was why he had the feeling that what he had lost was extremely important and precious. In this frustration, the young man suddenly let out a long cry of grief and indignation. This long cry did not have the slightest scruple, and the sound waves it produced spread out, completely destroying everything in the surroundings. Starting from where he was standing, the area around him started to be flattened, turning into a larger and larger ruin. Although this person was not originally in the downtown area, it was not a desolate place either. However, this process of destruction caused more and more living beings to be wiped out, and dense resentment began to spread. At that very moment, there were hundreds of cultivators in the vicinity of this place. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. What happened to this person? How could he kill so wantonly without any scruples? One of them shouted, "I wanted to befriend him, but it seems like I should forget about it now." Another person sighed, turned around, and left. This person is so deranged, and he dares to kill like this. We can't let him live. Suddenly, a voice said, "We can't let him live? Fellow Taoist, do you mean that we should gang up on him and kill him?" Another person said, "That's right. Although mortals are ants, they still respect us and worship us. How can we watch them die like this?" The person who wanted to fight and kill said. As soon as he said that, the surroundings fell silent. Then, everyone looked at the person who spoke with extremely strange gazes. Most of the people present were at least quasi-sages, and some of them were even half-step pseudo-sages. For such existences, opening up a world and creating living beings couldn't be any easier. Under such circumstances, how could the mortals in the mortal world hold any importance in their eyes? To them, they could create billions of such mortals with a casual point of their fingers. Then, with a casual point of their fingers, they could completely wipe out billions of such mortals. Compared to that, the unknown person in front of them had wiped out a tiny number of living beings that numbered less than 1,000,000,000,000. What did that amount to? When they saw the person who spoke clearly, the strange look in everyone's eyes became even more intense, because they suddenly realized that the person who spoke was a half-step pseudo-sage who was originally in a terrible condition. This person usually killed people, set fires, and took things by force. He had even casually slaughtered the living beings of a few countries to vent his frustrations. Such a person suddenly said that he was enraged when he saw someone casually killing mortals. He wanted to kill that person. This was subversive. Everyone couldn't accept it. However, none of the cultivators present were fools after all. Very soon, they realized what was going on based on that person's nature. I see. This person indeed deserves to be killed. After thinking it through, someone directly echoed. As for the person who spoke, he wasn't someone who had a good reputation. Then, more and more people echoed. After each of them echoed, their eyes lit up, and there seemed to be some kind of inexplicable greed in their eyes. It seems that we all think the same. The person who spoke first looked at the increasing number of greedy eyes around him. An inexplicable, hideous smile appeared on his face. Since we all understand, there's no need to hide it anymore. That person was able to break through so many stages in such a short period of time and grow from an ordinary person to the half-step pseudo-sage level. This means that he is either the reincarnation of a powerful pseudo-sage, or he has a treasure that is beyond our imagination. If he is the reincarnation of a powerful pseudo-sage, then his memory will be our greatest treasure. If he has a powerful treasure, it will be even more precious. And no matter which one it is, the strength of this person in front of us is not simple. If we don't work together, we might not be able to deal with him. I hope that everyone will think carefully about what to do. Another person directly revealed the mystery. If it's the memory, then everyone who participates will each make a copy. I don't think there's a need to argue about this. If it's the treasure, then we'll talk about it after we get first. The person who spoke first said so. That's right. Another person nodded in agreement. Although what this person said was not very realistic and almost impossible to carry out successfully, it was after all a method that could barely be regarded as fair. At this critical time, it was already enough to satisfy anyone. Therefore, everyone quickly unified their opinions and began to divide the work, preparing to attack the reincarnation of the 9th-level pseudo-sage. During this process, the long roar had already spread to the surrounding countries, directly turning the surrounding countries into a large area of ruins. All the buildings and living beings that existed in them were completely destroyed. The originally extremely dim resentment had become so dense that it had turned into a black fog. It filled the ruins and tried to condense towards the center, trying to drown the reincarnation of the 9th-level pseudo-sage that was roaring in the center. It was a pity that the long roar could even completely destroy several countries. So how could it allow the resentment to approach? Although the surging resentment tried to condense, every time it was slightly condensed, it would be directly broken by the long roar. It cannot take shape at all. This long roar had such a shocking effect on mortal matter and living beings, but it was nothing to cultivators. The many cultivators who were guarding the surroundings and preparing to kill the reincarnation of the 9th-level pseudo-sage and snatch his treasures were not affected much by the long roar at this moment. Not to mention being injured, they didn't even feel much discomfort. However, these people didn't care at all about the sudden destruction of several countries. This completely overturned what they had said before, that they were trying to stop that person from destroying all living beings in the mortal world. Chapter 14:13. An ant like you dares to make a move against me. The reincarnated level. 9 pseudo-sage had long discovered the existence of these cultivators. When he realized that these cultivators actually dared to attack him, he was infuriated and snorted coldly. With that, he waved his hand. In an instant, time and space changed. The countless god skills were suddenly moved by his super technique. In the end, they actually interfered with each other and clashed with each other. In the end, they weren't even able to approach an area of 30 kilometers around him before they were completely obliterated, and the surrounding space was destroyed to the point it seemed to have transformed into a gray and hazy state of chaos. After all, he was a reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage. Be it his experience or realm, he was far from what these real half-step pseudo-sage or even quasi-sage cultivators could compare to. At this moment, although he was only a half-step pseudo-sage cultivator, with this realm, the techniques that he could use were far beyond the limits of a half-step pseudo-sage cultivator. He could directly hit the level of a level 2 or level 3 pseudo-sage cultivator. Seeing this, The cultivators who planned to besiege this person were overjoyed instead of shocked. The more powerful this person was, the greater the rewards they would reap after dealing with him. How could they not be happy about this? As for whether they could defeat this person, none of the cultivators present had any doubts. With so many of them here, it was impossible for them to fail against a half-step pseudo-sage cultivator. Today, I'll let you see how ants can kill an expert like you, one of the half-step pseudo-sage cultivators said. With that, he let out a loud roar. The power in his body vibrated, and a half-step pseudo-sage treasure instantly appeared above his head. This half-step pseudo-sage treasure was in the shape of a longsword. When it appeared in the void, it naturally emitted a strong, murderous aura. It directly cut apart time and space, making it look a little illusory and blurry. With the appearance of this longsword, the cultivators present also took out their treasures. Unlike the reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage cultivator, all of their treasures were compatible with their realm. A half-step pseudo-sage treasure with a half-step pseudo-sage treasure. A peak quasi-sage treasure. A peak quasi-sage treasure was a peak quasi-sage treasure. It's a great success quasi-sage treasure. A great success quasi-sage level magic treasure. Just like that, the bright light emitted by the thousands of magic treasures filled the world. It directly cut off all the vision of the outside world. This caused ordinary people to look over from the outside. They could only see the intense light filling the void. They could only see the existence of the light in this area, but they could no longer tell what exactly was happening. These treasured lights emitted all kinds of auras that possessed great power. Those were caused by the mutual annihilation of their divine abilities. The gray area, where time and space were chaotic, was directly blasted apart by the auras of these magic treasures. In an instant, the area became clear, and it was even impossible to see what special abnormalities had appeared in this place before. In the face of so many magic treasures, the reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage got angry and was about to curse. Even though these magic treasures were powerful, they were still ants to a class 9 pseudo-sage. It wasn't even enough to tickle him. The reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage was still at the level of a class 9 pseudo-sage. When he saw these magic treasures, he naturally thought that they were just for show. However, he soon realized that he was no longer a class 9 pseudo-sage. He had now become a half-step pseudo-sage. Although he was many times stronger than an ordinary half-step pseudo-sage, and could even be compared to a class 2 or 3 pseudo-sage, he didn't even have a single magic treasure. Without magic treasures, he couldn't use most of his strength. In such a state, facing so many cultivators and magic treasures, the situation was extremely bad. After thinking this through, his expression became solemn, and he said, "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Death? Do you still have the ability to kill any of us?" Another cultivator said coldly. This cultivator was also a half-step pseudo-sage. There was a seal floating above his head. This seal constantly emitted an aura that could destroy everything and crush everything. Even time and space seemed to be destroyed by this seal. It turned into a faint mist that slowly spread out from the bottom of the seal and was quickly dispersed. "Stop talking nonsense. This person is unfathomable. If we delay, we don't know what he's going to do," another person reminded. His words suddenly made everyone come back to their senses. They couldn't help but yell, "That's right. Let's do it." Damn it. The reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage cursed and stopped the magic he was preparing. He directly waved his hand, and the time and space in this area suddenly changed strangely. In an instant, a suction force was directed at him, and his figure disappeared. "Trying to run? It's not that easy," a half-step pseudo-sage said angrily. As he spoke, the bottle-like magic treasure above his head suddenly turned, producing a powerful suction force and sucking the void. In an instant, countless invisible existences were sucked into the bottle, directly forming a long, extremely conspicuous tornado in the void. And in this tornado, somewhere in the void suddenly collapsed. A figure fell down from the collapsed area. It was the reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage. Just now, this level Nine Pseudo-Sage wanted to use his powerful magic to break through time and space and escape. However, because the magic was not used perfectly, the half-step Pseudo-Sage discovered some clues and used his own magic treasure to capture him. The reincarnated level. Nine Pseudo-Sage struggled hard, but he couldn't break free from the terrifying suction force of this magic treasure. His expression became extremely ugly. What did I lose just now? Why is everything not going smoothly for me now? It's not like before, where everything goes smoothly. At this time, this doubt flashed across his mind. Swoosh, with a loud sound, the half-step Pseudo-Sage pointed at his magic treasure, and the long sword directly pierced through time and space. In an instant, it appeared between the eyebrows of the reincarnated level, Nine Pseudo-Sage, and stabbed into his forehead. The reincarnated level, Nine Pseudo-Sage narrowed his eyes, and a blue light rushed out of his forehead. It condensed into a palm in the void, and suddenly grabbed the long sword. This was a kind of capturing magic. Generally speaking, catching stars and the moon, moving mountains, and draining seas were all simple things. Normally speaking, this magic would not be able to catch a long sword. It would be able to completely destroy a universe. It was just a matter of grabbing and pinching. But at this time, this grab had indeed grabbed the half-step Pseudo-Sage treasure. However, after grabbing it, the magic treasure shook slightly, and a murderous aura suddenly erupted, instantly piercing the palm into countless pieces. It continued to stab towards the reincarnated level, Nine Pseudo-Sage. Only then did the level 9 False Sage remember that he was only a half-step False Sage. The power of this god, art, was not at its peak. His heart skipped a beat, and he raised his hand in a seemingly slow but actually fast manner, directly tapping the tip of the sword. With a bang, a strong impact erupted from the point of contact, directly collapsing the surrounding time and space. Once again, the strange gray fog that seemed to be in a state of chaos was produced. The impact erupted at such a close distance, and the reincarnated level, Nine Pseudo-Sage, could not withstand it all. His body could not help but be sent flying, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. The scene was extremely miserable. At this time, the other cultivators sought an opportunity to take advantage of. They did not hesitate to use their magic treasures and madly rushed towards the reincarnated level, Nine Pseudo-Sage. After all, this person was not ordinary, and he finally reacted in an instant. As the light shone on his body, worlds were naturally born, and all the magic treasures around him were directly absorbed into these worlds. Then, he himself was also transferred into these worlds, hiding behind who knows how many layers of worlds. Although the power of the means to open up a world was extremely important, it was more important to understand the world and the nature of the world. Even if the power was insufficient, as long as the understanding of the world was deep enough and the nature of the world was enough, the world that was opened up would be powerful enough. If it was the other way around, the world might become extremely weak. At this moment, the world opened up by the reincarnated level. Nine Pseudo-Sage displayed his advantage to the limit. Those worlds were all extremely powerful and stable. Although each world could not completely restrict the magic treasures, it brought great difficulty for the magic treasures to find him, allowing him to easily avoid the attacks of the magic treasures in those worlds. Damn it. He actually opened up a world. So what if he opened up a world? Is it very difficult to destroy this kind of great thousand world? The half-step Pseudo-Sage, who had a magic treasure that looked like a seal, said. As he spoke, he directly sent his half-step Pseudo-Sage magic treasure into the countless worlds. As the power erupted, the seal directly became countless times larger. It directly pressed down, completely crushing the space-time of that world. In the blink of an eye, that world had been completely destroyed. This speed was beyond imagination, and the action was also beyond imagination. This kind of performance completely dispelled the involuntary discouragement in everyone's hearts. In the blink of an eye, all the cultivators focused their minds and sent their magic treasures into that world, completely destroying the worlds without any scruples. Although destroying was easier than building, these magic treasures were at most ordinary half-step pseudo-sage magic treasures, and these worlds were worlds that far surpassed the worlds that ordinary half-step pseudo-sage could open up. As a result, the magic treasures in front of him were destroyed one after another in an extremely straightforward manner. However, the reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage hid deeper and deeper and was getting further and further away from these magic treasures. I have to refine a magic treasure as soon as possible. The reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage thought to himself after letting out a sigh of relief. Now, the thing that shackled his cultivation realm and prevented him from improving was magic treasures. As long as he could refine a pseudo-sage magic treasure, his cultivation realm would immediately be able to improve to the pseudo-sage level. If he could refine a level 9 pseudo-sage magic treasure, he could even directly become a level 9 venerable. If I can restore my pseudo-sage cultivation, I'll make these ants beg for death. This person secretly swore to himself. With a thought, he built a strange mother world in the depths of an unknown number of worlds that could continuously give birth to worlds. The reason why he was able to catch his breath was because he had created enough worlds, so the cultivators could not destroy them at all. Under such circumstances, if he wanted to have time to refine magic treasures, he could only think of a way to continue to increase the number of worlds so that the cultivators could not destroy them. Therefore, he thought of this method. Let the worlds create worlds. The worlds created by this method were just replicas of the mother world. It was just a copy of the mother world. If it was used for research, for experiments, and for comprehension, it would be impossible. Naturally, it would not be of any use at all. But now, it was used for destruction. The effect couldn't be any better. I didn't want to. Now it seems that I can only use a method to accelerate time to refine magic treasures. After the formation of the mother world, the reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage thought to himself. Although accelerating time to cultivate was convenient, it put a great deal of pressure on the heart of longevity. Most cultivators wouldn't be willing to do this. Although he was unwilling, the crisis of death was right behind him, and the situation was urgent. He could only sigh and casually open up a world where the flow of time reached the limit of his control. Although he did not specifically study the problem of time acceleration, he was a level 9 pseudo-sage in his previous life. After all, his understanding of time and space had reached an unimaginable level. He could control the world to accelerate time by a factor of more than 100,000 times. In other words, 100,000 years in a world that he had opened up was only a year in the demon realm. 1,000,000 years in the demon realm was only 10 years in the past. I only need 1 year. 1 year later, I'll be able to refine a pseudo-sage treasure. At that time, the eyes of the reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage flashed with killing intent. With his thought in mind, he stepped into that world. If he wanted to refine an ordinary pseudo-sage treasure, it would definitely be a matter of minutes for this person. However, that kind of magic treasure was not in line with his path of cultivation, and it was impossible for him to step into the pseudo-sage realm. However, it was not an easy task to refine a pseudo-saint treasure that was completely in line with his cultivation path. It would take a long time to build and polish it bit by bit. In the end, he would only be able to raise it to the pseudo-saint level after repeated transformations. Therefore, this person needed nearly 100,000 years to be confident in refining a pseudo-sage treasure that was in line with his own path of cultivation. This person was refining magic treasures like a raging fire here. The many cultivators on the other side had already discovered that something was wrong. This won't do it all. This person's speed of opening up the world is extraordinarily fast. If this goes on, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find him even if we die. The pseudo-sage seal that was the magic treasure said. Indeed, this won't do. We can besiege him now because he doesn't have time to improve himself. If we delay for too long, that person might directly become a pseudo-sage. At that time, it won't be us chasing after him, but him chasing after us. The level 9 pseudo-sage seal that was the magic treasure of a longsword frowned. Then what should we do? Should we just give up and leave? Another pseudo-sage seal said. Of course we can't just give up like this. We've already been remembered by him. If we give up like this, he will definitely come after us when he has enough strength in the future. We're already mortal enemies with him. The pseudo-sage seal that was the magic treasure of a long sword said firmly. That's right. Now, it's already mortal enemies. If any of you want to wait for him to come after us in the future, you can give up now. The pseudo-sage seal that was the magic treasure of a long sword said. What the two of them said caused the cultivators around them to become serious. They didn't think so much before. Now that they were reminded, they realized that the current situation had reached this point. Either that person died, or they would die. Apart from that, there was no other possibility. I might have a way to find him. Suddenly, a great accomplishment quasi-sage said. Because of their strength, all along, only the pseudo-sage seal had the right to speak. Among all the cultivators, only the half-step false sage cultivators were qualified to speak. Now that a great accomplishment quasi-sage cultivator had disregarded this unwritten rule, the half-step false sage cultivators couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for the fact that they cared about what the great accomplishment quasi-sage said, they might have already taught him a lesson. Do you have a way? Now that we're on the same side, if you have a way, quickly show it to us, the longsword said. I have a heavenly mystery divine ability. However, to use this divine ability, I'll have to pay a price that I can't recover from. I need all of you to promise me that I'll first obtain that person's memory or treasure before I can use this divine ability. Otherwise, I won't use this divine ability, even if I die. The great accomplishment quasi-sage said. This was an act of looting a burning house. The expressions of the pseudo-sages changed drastically. Do you know? If we don't find that person now, all of us might die without a burial place. One of the pseudo-sages said. I know. However, if I use my divine ability and don't have enough compensation, I'll have to pay for it. My path of cultivation will be severed. If that's the case, I'd rather die. The great accomplishment quasi-sage said resolutely. These words. This caused the expressions of the pseudo-sages to change slightly. The anger in their eyes subsided greatly. They were cultivators too, so they knew very well how painful it was for existences like them to have their path of cultivation severed. At this moment, they could somewhat understand what the great accomplishment quasi-sage meant. The few of them looked at each other. They understood each other's intentions. The half-step pseudo-sage cultivator in the form of a longsword said, All right, we promise you, if that person is a pseudo-sage expert who reincarnated, we'll let you copy his memory first. If he relied on a treasure to improve, we'll let you use a treasure to improve yourself first. The moment these words were spoken, the heavens and earth shook slightly, as if the heavens and earth were bearing witness to this promise. Seeing this, the great accomplishment quasi-sage said, All right. With that, he gritted his teeth and circulated the power in his body. All of a sudden, loud booms that sounded like the destruction of countless worlds rang out from his body. Amidst these changes, the quasi-sage suddenly opened his mouth and spat out boundless power and blood chi, forming a compass in the void. After this compass was formed, the laws of the demon realm and the great Tao were all connected to the compass. They began to drive the needle on the compass to move rapidly. Every change in the needle made the quasi-sage wither a little, as if his blood was being sucked out. By the time the needle of the compass had completely stabilized, the quasi-sage body had already collapsed, leaving only a bit of his life essence where he stood. After that life essence appeared, it shouted, Found you! Then, the direction the compass was pointing it changed space-time, and a space-time portal appeared. Damn it! How did you find me? At this moment, an angry roar came from the space-time portal. While a fierce battle was taking place here, Luo Fan was still on this island. However, he didn't appear in the void like before. Instead, he quietly waited for the dozen or so true luck abilities to change. Instead, he casually opened up a small cave abode on a very ordinary mountain. After the cave abode was formed, He sat cross-legged in the cave abode and entered the divine quartz heaven cauldron with his consciousness, along with the miniature protagonist halo. Ever since he obtained the miniature protagonist halo of the reincarnated level, 9 pseudo-sage, it had been extremely calm. Even in his hands, it didn't struggle much. This was completely different from a miniature protagonist halo that he had obtained previously. It looked like a real dead object. As for the fate of the reincarnated level, 9 pseudo-sage, after he took away the mini-protagonist halo, although he could clearly sense it, he did not have any sympathy. Even if the reason why he was besieged was fundamentally because of him. To him, any change in fate based on the changes in the river of fate would only make him more determined to transcend the river of fate. After his consciousness entered the divine quartz heaven cauldron, Luo Fan directly controlled the power of the divine quartz heaven cauldron and instantly restrained the miniature protagonist halo. The miniature protagonist halo that he had obtained previously had a spiritual consciousness, so there was no reason why it wouldn't have the miniature protagonist halo now. Now that it was acting like a dead object, it was obviously pretending. Chapter 14:14. Why is it a miniature main character halo? The original miniature main character halo couldn't help but exclaim when it saw the new one. Watermark advertisement test. At that moment, it felt an unimaginable sense of danger. It could maintain its value in front of Luo Fan because it was the only miniature main character halo in Luo Fan's possession. If Luo Fan wanted to understand everything about the miniature main character halo, he had to go through it. This ensured that Luo Fan had enough tolerance for it. However, at that moment, it realized that its only advantage had disappeared. What it knew, the miniature main character halo in front of it also knew. Whatever it could give to Luo Fan, the miniature main character halo could also give it. To it, this was like a bolt from the blue. It couldn't help but have such a big reaction. Luo Fan didn't care about the miniature main character halo. Facing the new main character halo, he said, "Stop pretending. Your kind has already revealed all your secrets." The new miniature main character halo paused for a while, then started to vibrate slightly. As it vibrated, a strange wave spread out from its body in all directions. It started to bombard the surrounding void, creating countless worlds. In the next moment, these countless worlds were completely destroyed, exploding with a shocking power. However, this power didn't damage the power of the heavenly cauldron at all. The power of the heavenly cauldron was still tightly locking it. It couldn't move at all, let alone escape the power of that power. Everything in front of it was obvious. It was the miniature main character halo that discovered that the situation was not right. It wanted to use its own power to break the power that Luo Fan had placed on it. In the end, it was obviously disappointed. The miniature main character halo used countless methods to create and destroy countless worlds around it. Finally, it had no choice but to stop. Then, a deep voice came from the miniature main character halo. "What do you want?" This voice sounded like an adult man's voice. It sounded quite magnetic. "Your memories. All of them. All of them." Luo Fan said lightly. "Impossible," the deep voice said angrily. "My memories. It belongs to me. No one can casually play with my memories." "Is that so? In other words, you would rather become nourishment for your own kind than hand over your memories to me?" Luo Fan smiled and said. The miniature main character halo heard this. He shuddered slightly. After a long while. Only then did it say it. "Has it already given you its memories?" Luo Fan nodded lightly and said, "That's right. Only, I suspect it's not a complete memory. If you can get it more memories than it, perhaps I can use it as nourishment for you, allowing you to replace its position and evolve." Really? There was a hint of joy in the voice of the miniature protagonist halo. "It's impossible for it to give me more memories than me. Now that I've devoured a halo shard, the memories I've awakened are much more than it. The memories I'll give you are definitely more than it." The miniature main character halo said in fear. "Devour the shards of the protagonist's halo? So what? The world of luck that I've experienced isn't something you can compare to. The memories I've awakened are at least a few times more than yours. The new main character halo said. Luo Fan looked at the two miniature main character halos arguing with a faint smile on his face. The more they competed and argued, the more benefits he could obtain. Under such circumstances, he naturally couldn't stop them. How do you know that the world of luck that I've experienced is not as good as yours? I've also experienced countless luck Dao worlds, and I definitely won't be any less than you. The original miniature main character halo said. Hee hee. I can tell from your voice that although you've existed for a long time, your mind isn't fully mature. This is definitely a sign that you haven't experienced many worlds of luck, and your experience is far from enough. The new main character halo said. The original miniature main character halo had nothing to say at this moment, and an indescribable aura of fear slowly dissipated from its body. Luo Fan looked at the original miniature main character halo and felt slightly relieved. At this point, the miniature main character halo still didn't reveal any more memories, which clearly meant that it didn't have any new memories, which meant that it didn't lie to him before. Although this meant that it was difficult for him to directly obtain more memories from it. At least it showed that he wasn't deceived, which naturally made him feel a little relieved. Where's the memory? Seeing that the result of their argument was out, Luo Fan didn't waste any more time and directly said to the new miniature main character halo. The new miniature main character halo paused for a while, and Luo Fan could even easily sense the unwillingness emanating from its body. After a while, the miniature main character halo floated out a ball of spiritual light. Luo Fan looked at the ball of spiritual light and knew that it was a product condensed from pure information and memories. With a thought, he raised his hand, and the ball of spiritual light entered his hand. When the spiritual light entered his hand, he felt a wave of information pouring into his heart through the spiritual light, and he instantly grasped it. Within it was also an endless amount of memories. From a moment, this miniature main character halo was born on Earth. Until now, who knows how many billions of trillions of years have passed? Who knows how many trillions of worlds have been moved? And who knows how many magical powers, spells, and so on that could only be used by the main character halo. It was almost all-encompassing and all-encompassing. Luo Fan roughly looked through these memories for a while, then sighed helplessly and said, I originally thought that you would be a bit smarter, but I didn't expect that you still want to play tricks at this point. Hearing this, the new miniature main character halo was startled, and it said somewhat reluctantly, What are you talking about? I don't know. If I hadn't asked around beforehand, I might really have been tricked by you. Luo Fan sighed, then raised his hand and grabbed the miniature main character halo. Using the power of the heavenly cauldron, he grabbed it, and the power of the heavenly cauldron began to crazily suppress the miniature main character halo. With the power of the heavenly cauldron, the miniature main character halo felt the danger of its life fading away. Crackling sounds continuously came from within its body. Amidst the sounds, the surface of the miniature main character halo emitted rays of light in all directions, and an intense pain enveloped the miniature main character halo. At this moment, the miniature main character halo felt the danger of its life fading away. This feeling of life and death made it feel a kind of fear that it had never felt before. I don't understand. If you want me to die, at least let me know why I'm dying. All my memories are already there. I didn't hide anything at all. The miniature main character halo shouted. Its low and magnetic voice had become a little sharp at this moment. It sounded extremely ear-piercing. Luo Fan stopped and said, I didn't see any information about the Transcendent Halo, Saint Halo, Accessory Halo, Passerby Halo, and many other halos in that memory. I don't believe that you don't know about these. These are inherited memories. I don't have the ability to duplicate them. How is this my fault? The miniature main character halo cried out. This explanation, it was the same as the original description of the miniature main character halo. Hearing this answer, Luo Fan finally confirmed the explanation of the miniature main character halo. However, even so, it didn't mean that he would let go of the miniature main character halo. No matter what the reason was, the memories it revealed. It couldn't compare to the original miniature main character Halo, and he had already said it before, so he naturally couldn't let it go so easily. Thus, Luo Fan used more strength. The crackling sound came from the miniature main character Halo again. Spare me. I can also tell you everything I know. If it can do it, I can do it too. The miniature main character Halo cried out. Hearing this, Luo Fan's heart moved. He felt that it wasn't a bad idea to do this. Thus, he relaxed his palm and let the miniature main character Halo reappear in its original position, once again sealed by the power of the heavenly cauldron. Luo Fan said calmly, "Go ahead. I hope what you say will satisfy me." The miniature main character Halo had experienced the crisis of death just now. At this time, it became extremely obedient, and its tone became several times more respectful than before. Immediately, it talked about all the other things that the miniature main character Halo had told him before, as well as things related to other Halos. As it talked, time gradually passed. After an unknown amount of time, when a miniature main character Halo completely stopped, Luo Fan said, "I already know about these things. Don't you have anything else to say?" Let me think. The miniature main character Halo said repeatedly. This voice was filled with panic, fear, and even more so, doubt. At this time, it had indeed told everything it knew, all the memories that could not be replicated. But even so, this person in front of it actually said that he already knew about these things. How could such a thing happen? Could it be that the original main character Halo's awakened memories were really on par with its own? I hope you can hurry up. I've already wasted a lot of time. I'm still quite busy right now. I don't have too much time to waste here. Luo Fan said calmly. It can't possibly know any more information, unless there are fragments of the main character Halo to feed it. However, if there are fragments of the main character Halo to feed it, why don't you feed it to me? The more fragments I have, the more memories I can awaken, and the more memories I can provide master. At this time, the miniature main character Halo finally found an opportunity to speak. Luo Fan casually pointed his finger, and in an instant, the power of the heavenly cauldron of the divine court directly sealed the original miniature protagonist Halo, completely sealing it so that it could no longer feel any changes in the outside world, and also made its voice and everything else unable to be transmitted. After doing all this, he then turned to the new miniature main character Halo and asked, "How is it? Did you think of anything?" As he said that, he had already made a decision. If the miniature main character Halo in front of him could not think of more information, he would shatter it. He would send it to the original miniature main character Halo to devour. Only by devouring fragments of the main character Halo could it obtain more information. If he wanted to obtain more information from it, wouldn't he have to keep feeding it fragments of the main character Halo? And the original miniature main character Halo had already shown its value. Similarly, as long as he fed it fragments of the main character Halo, it could obtain more information and awaken more memories. Then, what value did this miniature main character Halo have for Luo Fan to pay attention to it? The miniature main character Halo clearly sensed Luo Fan's seriousness and killing intent. After hearing Luo Fan's words, it trembled slightly and revealed an indescribable fear. This process continued for a while. Suddenly, the Halo seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles. An indescribable sense of relaxation suddenly came from its body. Then, the miniature main character Halo shouted, "I got it! I still have a holy strike thaumaturgy that can receive the power of the sage Halo. As long as I use this holy strike thaumaturgy, I can borrow a bit of the sage Halo's power and become an existence that can imitate the sage Halo." Hearing this, Luo Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. The Holy Strike thaumaturgy clearly corresponded to the Divine Strike technique. The Divine Strike technique. It was a technique that mortals used through various methods to summon the clone of a god to fuse with themselves. From there, they could receive a bit of the god's power. Thus, they could become an existence that could imitate the god. And this holy strike thaumaturgy was obviously a technique that used a special method to summon the clone of the sage halo to fuse with itself and receive the power of the sage's will. It was a type of thaumaturgy that allowed oneself to become an existence that could imitate the sage halo. What Luo Fan wanted to do the most now was to find the halo above his luck path world and see if it was the sage halo. Now that he had this holy strike thaumaturgy, not to mention anything else, if he changed it slightly, he might be able to directly see if there was a sage halo above his luck path world. If that was the case, why would he need to search for more fragments of the protagonist's halo to be sacrificed to the saint's halo that might exist in his luck Dao world to confirm its existence? Can the holy strike thaumaturgy find the location of the sage halo? No. The holy strike thaumaturgy requires an extremely deep understanding of the saint halo before you can use this thaumaturgy to summon the power of the saint halo and transform into a halo that mimics the saint halo. The miniature main character halo said. For some reason, Luo Fan could faintly hear that the words of this miniature main character halo seemed to be a little more confident. Luo Fan frowned. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Kaka sounds came from the miniature protagonist halo, and specks of light fragments scattered in all directions from it. The main character halo let out a shrill scream as it followed Luo Fan's movement. After letting it scream for a while, Luo Fan said, "Tell me everything about the holy strike thaumaturgy." The miniature main character halo had just been tortured by Luo Fan and remembered its situation. It hurriedly adjusted its position and carefully told Luo Fan about the holy strike thaumaturgy word by word. However, he knew that with an existence at Luo Fan's level, it was extremely easy for him to distinguish whether a divine ability was real or fake, and whether there was anything that was missed. Thus, he didn't conceal anything during the process of his narration, nor did he dare to change a single word. The holy strike thaumaturgy was very complicated. It took 3 whole days before everything related to the god art was explained, and Luo Fan completely grasped this god art. This god art was a typical Halo god art. Even with Luo Fan's ability, he couldn't transform this god art into a god art that normal living beings could use in a short period of time. However, through the study of this god art, he also gained some understanding of the legendary Saint Halo and gradually understood what the Saint Halo was. The Saint Halo was like the Saint Halo to a cultivator to a Halo. They were both supreme, omnipotent, omniscient, eternal, indestructible, and impervious to all tribulations. However, because this Saint Halo was an innate achievement, it was not comparable to a saint. It could not perfectly control all of its power and abilities. The Saint Halo couldn't control its own power and abilities at all. On the contrary, it was controlled by its own power and abilities. In this way, it created an extremely inconceivable result. That was, the Saint Halo didn't have true intelligence. All of its actions and changes were produced according to the characteristics of the Saint Halo and its own rules of operation. This couldn't even compare to this miniature main character halo. Even other side character halos, supporting character halos, and so on. So, it's like this. The wonders of creation are indeed unimaginable. After discovering the characteristics of the Saint Halo, Luo Fan couldn't help but sigh. With his understanding of this holy strike divine ability, Luo Fan also knew that the miniature main character halo wasn't lying. This holy strike divine ability really couldn't search for the existence of the Saint Halo. This god art itself contained the appearance and characteristics of a Saint Halo. Cultivating this holy strike divine ability, one only needed to visualize it according to the content of the divine ability. Then, one would have to use a specific method to circulate their power and activate it. Naturally, one would be able to summon the clone of the Saint Halo. Fuse with oneself. As for what Luo Fan wanted, using this holy strike divine ability to search for the existence of the Saint Halo in a world of luck path was simply impossible. Perhaps it wasn't impossible. It was because Luo Fan hadn't found the holy strike divine ability that corresponded to the existence of the Saint Halo in a specific world, so he couldn't do this. After discovering this fact, Luo Fan couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. It seems like I still have to use the sacrificial offerings to make a sacrifice. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly came from in front of Luo Fan. Then a loud laugh sounded. Ha ha! I didn't expect the power of the Saint Halo to be this strong. Ha ha! As the voice spoke, a supreme, omnipotent, omniscient, everlasting, and indestructible aura came from in front of him and instantly crushed his body. His consciousness incarnation couldn't help but make cracking sounds, as if it could collapse at any time. It should be known that although this clone of his was only a clone formed from his will, it was completely protected by the power of the heavenly cauldron of the divine court. Under the protection of such power, one would need to at least have the power to destroy the heavenly cauldron of the God court in order to break this power and harm his consciousness incarnation. At this moment, under the protection of this power, the consciousness incarnation was already unable to withstand the sudden emergence of this aura and was about to be destroyed. This is the power of the Saint Halo. Damn it, it's the holy strike divine ability. Luo Fan's thoughts spun like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he already knew what was going on. Looking at the source of the aura, he saw that the originally tightly sealed miniature protagonist Halo had transformed into a strange figure of light. This figure of light was also formed from countless densely packed lines, according to a strange method. However, compared to the lines on the miniature protagonist Halo from before, the lines on this figure of light were tens of thousands of times more complicated and densely packed. It floated in the dusky void above the divine court heavenly cauldron. Although the power of the divine court heavenly cauldron was frantically wrapping around it and locking it in place, it didn't show any signs of strain at all. It stood there easily, as if the terrifying power around it was nothing more than noodles from the looks of it. It was clear that during these 3 days, the miniature protagonist Halo had been secretly cultivating the Holy Strike spirit art while explaining it to Luo Fan. At this time, it finally succeeded in its cultivation and summoned the clone of the Saint Halo into its body, allowing it to obtain a trace of the power of the Saint Halo and directly break free from the power of the heavenly cauldron of the God Court. It actually obtained a rare freedom inside the heavenly cauldron. As for why the Saint Halo was in the form of a figure of light, the answer was simple. After all, this was not the long river of luck. In a long river of luck, perhaps the form of a halo could unleash the strongest power. But outside the long river of luck, at least outside the long river of luck of the Earth's universe, only born Taoist aptitude could unleash the strongest power. Therefore, in order to better unleash the power of the Saint Halo, it naturally evolved into the form of a born Taoist aptitude, which was the form of the figure of light at this moment. Luo Fan looked at the figure of light in front of him, which was exuding an eternal and indestructible aura, and said, "I didn't expect that I would be pecked in the eye by a swallow today." Chapter 14:15. Is this the power of the sage Halo? Luo Fan frowned as he sensed the aura of the figure of light. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test the development in front of him was beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that no matter how powerful and incredible the Sage Halo was, it was just a halo after all. It might be supreme and omnipotent to the protagonist's halo, but to him, it shouldn't be a big deal. But he did not expect the Sage Halo to be so mysterious and incredible. Just a trace of its power had such an effect, directly causing the miniature protagonist's halo to undergo such an earth-shattering change, elevating it to such an incredible level. With a thought, the power of the divine court heavenly cauldron surged wildly. The holy decree that had been integrated into the divine court heavenly cauldron unleashed its full power at this moment. Accompanied by that terrifying power, it crazily crushed the figure of light. Although this power was also the power of the divine court heavenly cauldron, due to various measures, its power was many times more powerful than the power that had previously sealed the miniature protagonist's halo. The figure of light could break free from the restriction of the previous power, but might not be able to withstand the power that Luo Fan had unleashed at this moment. The figure of light's laughter paused slightly. It raised its hand and made a grabbing motion. The power that belonged to the divine court heavenly cauldron around its body suddenly broke free from the restriction of the divine court heavenly cauldron and was directly controlled by the figure of light. Then, this power transformed into a palm in the void. With a violent shake, it blocked the terrifying power that was attacking him from the table. Both of them were powers that belonged to the divine court heavenly cauldron. Although there was a difference in strength, the essence was not much different. In addition, the figure of light itself contained the power of the sage halo. The power it unleashed naturally carried a trace of holy decree, which was similar to the power of the divine court heavenly cauldron that was controlled by Luo Fan. In this way, the two came into contact with each other. Although there were countless incredible changes, they showed endless mysteries. But the result of the battle between the two was equal. However, they were equally matched, and no one was able to suppress the other. How is this possible? This is just a small, 9th-level pseudo-sage treasure. How can it withstand my power? The light figure's incredulous voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Luo Fan just smiled. He didn't even have the interest to answer. If it was an ordinary level 9 pseudo-saint treasure, it would naturally be impossible for it to withstand the power of the figure of light that possessed a trace of a saint's halo. However, his divine court's heavenly cauldron was different. It had more than one saint will integrated into it. With so many holy wills integrated into it, how could it be unable to resist this light figure that only contained a trace of the saint's halo? As the man of light shouted, he waved his hands and performed countless hand seals. After these hand seals appeared, a beam of dazzling light burst out of his body and poured into the giant hand formed by the power of the heavenly cauldron. As the light poured in, the big hand gradually began to shine. Moreover, there were even strands of lines that naturally appeared on the giant hand. These lines were so small and so dense. Moreover, they were so dense. After they appeared, they frantically devoured the power of the giant hand and replaced its structure, causing the power of the giant hand to continuously increase. As the power of the giant hand increased, Luo Fan gradually felt an inexplicable pressure coming from the giant hand. In a trance, he even felt that the body of the heavenly cauldron began to tremble with this change, as if even the heavenly cauldron could not withstand the impact of the giant hand's power. Faced with such a change, Luo Fan frowned. His mind and the heavenly cauldron merged, and he directly activated the power of the heavenly cauldron. The mysteries of the holy will hidden within it were constantly reactivated and then channeled into the power that blasted towards the light figure. After all, the light figure contained the mysterious power of a saint's halo. It was different from ordinary matter. If he wanted to defeat it, he could not use the heavenly cauldron to construct all sorts of special environments and evolve all sorts of special situations to subdue it like he did with ordinary creatures. He could only use the most basic method, which was to crush it with power. Therefore, this was the only way for Luo Fan to control the power of the heavenly cauldron to subdue the light figure. As more holy wills were activated, the power of the light figure increased greatly, and the heavenly cauldron instantly stabilized. At the same time, it also made the light figure endure unimaginable pressure. The confrontation between the two powers was once again in a stalemate, and once again, neither side was able to suppress the other. The light figure was naturally shocked and furious. But at this time, Luo Fan had already changed his mind about this. Instead, he quite liked this change. At this moment, most of his attention was focused on the technique that the light figure was using. The changes on the giant hand formed by the power of the heavenly cauldron began to evolve, unfold, decompose, and reverse in his mind. During this process, he gradually grasped the profound mysteries hidden within. This mystery was even more profound and mysterious than the mystery of the protagonist's halo itself. It also contained a kind of never-ending depth, as if no matter how long he dug, he would always be able to unearth new things and new mysteries. This was the mystery of a saint's halo. Obviously, what the light figure was using was not a divine ability that it had already mastered, but a divine ability that it had obtained from the power of the saint's halo. Perhaps, even he himself did not understand the profoundness contained within it after he displayed it. As he understood these mysteries, Luo Fan suddenly felt that his horizons had been broadened. He had a deeper understanding of the many mysteries of the halo. The many halos and divine abilities that he had obtained from the memory of the miniature protagonist's halo, which he did not understand before, began to gradually melt like snow under the sun. What was hidden within them was the mystery of the halo's worldview that interested Luo Fan. It was slowly unfolding in front of him. Almost with every breath, he felt that he had a new understanding of the halo's divine abilities. Almost at every instant, he felt that there was still something that could be made up for in his worldview in such a situation. For Luo Fan, it was an extremely wonderful process, and he suddenly looked forward to the situation for a long time. The light figure obviously did not know that Luo Fan was more interested in the divine ability that it had used. At this moment, its heart was inexplicably shocked, and it even faintly felt an inexplicable panic. Just like how ordinary cultivators would evaluate everything related to sages from an unimaginable height, any halo would also be evaluated with the same mentality. This miniature protagonist halo in front of him was naturally no exception. For him, everything related to the saint's halo was supreme. As long as he could obtain even a tiny trace of the power of the saint's halo, it would be enough to make him invincible. It was precisely because of this that he became so smug and arrogant after successfully executing the Holy Strike mystic ability. But at this moment, reality gave him a solid slap in the face. He had already fused with the clone of the saint's halo, and he clearly already had a trace of the power of the saint's halo that was incomparably powerful to him. Yet he actually could not deal with the person in front of him at all. He could not even break through the magic treasure of the person in front of him. One could imagine how big of a blow this was to him. Impossible, the light figure murmured. The light on his body surged out frantically as he made hand seals, continuously pouring into the big hand in front of him. As the light poured into the big hand, the lines on it became more and more dense, more and more mysterious, and its power also became stronger and stronger. However, as the big hand changed, the power that was holding the big hand also became stronger and more terrifying. It was even faintly becoming more and more mysterious. It gave people the feeling that it was like a spring that could increase the rebound force as the pressure increased. For someone who thought that the power he had grasped was invincible, the shock was self-evident. Time passed unknowingly. Not long after, the entire space inside the divine court heaven cauldron was completely clear by the shock caused by the impact between the big hand and the divine court heaven cauldron. This originally boundless, dusky space had already completely protected the true nothingness at this moment. Everything that existed in it had been completely absorbed by the two powers, accommodated, and used to fight against each other. The other miniature protagonist halo that had been sealed by Luo Fan at the side was now sealed by Luo Fan in his universe in his sleeve. Back then, when he had just obtained this miniature protagonist halo, because he did not understand this halo, he could not even hold it as he wished. He could not withstand its power, which was like the universe itself. But now, after he mastered so many halo divine abilities, the weight of the halo itself was no longer a problem for him. He could easily perform the corresponding divine ability to reduce the weight of the halo to a range that he could bear. Because of this, he no longer needed to use the divine court heaven cauldron to store the halo like before. Instead, he could directly store it in his universe in his sleeve like any other ordinary junk. The reason why he had to take this step in the middle of the battle and transfer the halo away was also very simple. He did not forget that the figure of light in front of him was formed by a miniature protagonist halo. Between the miniature protagonist halos, they could devour each other to strengthen themselves. If he did not transfer the original miniature protagonist halo away, it would be troublesome if it was accidentally devoured by the new miniature protagonist halo. Not only would it lose the miniature protagonist halo that could be easily grasped, but it could also increase the power of the god power of the figure of light by a huge margin, which would pose a great threat to him. The Holy Strike god power was not much different from the God Strike god power. Both of them summoned the clone of some powerful being to fuse with one's body. However, when these two were used by different living beings, the results would obviously be different. The clone that was summoned would obviously be different. Luo Fan, the clone of the sage Aura, could still deal with the mini-protagonist halo that was summoned now. However, if his strength suddenly increased by a huge margin, the clone that was summoned would naturally increase by a huge margin as well. At that time, he might not be able to deal with it. And the development of reality also proved that Luo Fan's previous caution was correct. At first, the figure of light did not think about the other miniature protagonist halo, but after realizing that he could not deal with Luo Fan no matter what, he finally came to a realization. He began to search for the miniature protagonist halo. He wanted to devour it. Fortunately, Luo Fan was prepared and completed the process early. Otherwise, the figure of light in front of him might have already turned the tables. Although the Holy Strike god power was extremely powerful, it was not an absolutely invincible god power. It also had a weakness, and that was the duration. If the miniature protagonist halo wanted to grasp the supremacy and immortality, one could imagine how great the pressure of the indestructible clone of the sage halo was. Almost at every moment, the miniature protagonist halo was consuming its power, its spirit, and even its life. A few days after summoning the clone of the sage halo, the light of the figure of light gradually began to dim. The figure of light, whose face could not be seen at all, gradually revealed its true appearance. It was actually a young man who looked quite similar to Luo Fan. You actually imitated my appearance to deal with me. You are quite creative. Luo Fan occasionally noticed the appearance of the figure of light and could not help but smile. Then he said, at this moment, the expression of the figure of light was already full of panic. It was futilely squeezing out the power of the sage halo in its body. All kinds of magical powers that it could not understand, which were completely brought about by the clone of the sage halo, were continuously unleashed by it, frantically supplementing the giant hand in front of it. The light of the giant hand became increasingly dazzling, and the patterns on it became increasingly complex and mysterious. Although the giant hand was still formed by the power of the heavenly cauldron of the divine court, there was no longer a trace of the heavenly cauldron from the inside to the outside. Moreover, such an incredible change had already taken place. At this moment, the giant hand looked just like a hand on the surface, but in fact, it had already transformed into billions of worlds. Even the slightest change in the lines on it would affect the endless worlds to undergo earth-shattering changes. After such a transformation, the techniques that the giant hand could unleash had naturally become countless times more profound than before. Any one of the countless divine abilities contained within it would probably be able to destroy the heavens and the earth if it were to be unleashed. In contrast to the changes in the hand, opposite the hand, the power that belonged to the heavenly cauldron of the divine court that Luo Fan controlled also underwent an extremely subtle change. The power that had originally enveloped the figure of light from all directions and wanted to completely drown him had now transformed into countless worlds. These worlds formed mysterious, indescribably complex, and profound lines according to some extremely mysterious law. They spread out in all directions and frantically pressed against the defensive circle formed by the hand. It was as if they were in a tug-of-war with the hand. One retreated while the other advanced. The figure of light opened his mouth, but in the end, he could not say anything. Given the current situation, he was almost in despair. To him, victory had become an extravagant hope. Failure was already right in front of him. As such, he wanted to say a few tough words, but he could not say them. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he could not bring himself to do so. After half a day, the light on the figure of light had almost completely disappeared. Only a sliver of light remained in his eyes, and it was this sliver that was about to disappear. At this time, the figure of light finally could not stand it anymore. He opened his mouth and said, "Stop, stop. I surrender, I surrender." Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? When Luo Fan heard this, he frowned and said, "Normally, when one is pushed to the brink of despair, there should be a sudden burst of power, right?" The figure of light was almost in tears. He said, "Sir, please spare me." Luo Fan could not help but be disappointed. "It seems that you really have no other tricks up your sleeve. If that's the case, why should I keep you alive?" As he said this, he raised his hand and squeezed. The countless worlds that had enveloped the figure of light suddenly condensed, and their power suddenly increased by 100 times. In an instant, they pressed inward, directly crushing the giant hand. As they pressed down, the figure of light suddenly let out a shrill scream. The last sliver of light that remained in his eyes completely collapsed and disappeared at this moment. Following this, the figure of light itself also collapsed, returning to the appearance of the born Taoism aptitude and turning into a ring-shaped object. The reason why it was called a ring-shaped object and not a halo, it was because at this moment, there was no longer any trace of light left. The whole thing looked like a black ring-shaped object that looked like a lump of coal. The countless worlds that Luo Fan controlled crazily crushed over. In an instant, the ring-shaped object was submerged. After a while, Luo Fan sighed and said, "It seems that he really is dead." As he said this, he waved his hand. The countless worlds disappeared in an instant, revealing the ring-shaped object that had been submerged and crushed by the countless worlds before. Just now, it seemed that he was controlling the worlds to crazily crush the ring-shaped object, but in fact, he did not really put all of his strength into it. It was just for show. Every time the ring-shaped object was about to be crushed at the last moment, he would control the worlds to go around it. He relaxed a little bit. He did this in order to test whether the miniature protagonist halo had really lost its life. Obviously, now it seemed that it had lost its life. He raised his hand. The halo had already floated over and fell into his hand. As soon as the halo touched his hand, he felt as if he was holding a mountain in his hand. He was amazed by the feeling of it falling into his hand. A normal, complete miniature protagonist halo was extremely heavy as the universe. As for the broken protagonist halo, it was just a special metal ring. Now, this miniature protagonist halo that had lost its life was like a mountain, and the changes within it seemed to have no pattern at all. This black ring-shaped object's material couldn't be felt at all. It was neither gold nor iron, neither wood nor stone. It was cold to the touch, but it felt unimaginably stable. It seems to be a good material for refining magic treasures. Luo Fan thought to himself, although this ring-shaped object was extremely small, for refining magic treasures, size was not a problem at all. As long as he was willing, an object as small as a speck of dust could be turned into the size of the universe. And an object the size of the universe, he could also compress it into the size of a speck of dust. Relatively speaking, it was already not bad that this halo was this big. After thinking about it, Luo Fan shook his head in the end. Right now, he didn't have much desire for magic treasures. Although this material was suitable for refining magic treasures, in a situation where he didn't need magic treasures, he didn't want to waste time refining this magic treasure. His heart moved, he raised his hand and grabbed upwards. In an instant, another miniature protagonist halo in Luo Fan's sleeve appeared out of thin air and quickly fell down. Not long after, it had already landed not far from Luo Fan. "Do you recognize this object?" While the halo was still in a daze, Luo Fan asked. The halo took a while to recover from the spatial change. When it saw the object in Luo Fan's hand, it was slightly dazed. Then, As if it had activated some memory, it exclaimed, "This is a halo corpse. How is this possible? After my halo dies, it turns into fragments, and the pressure completely dissipates. How can there be a corpse like this left behind? Impossible, impossible." Luo Fan frowned and raised his hand to point at the miniature protagonist halo. In an instant, countless strange lines appeared out of thin air on the surface of the halo. After these lines appeared, they suddenly enveloped the entire ring of light below. With a slight shake of the fingertip, the ring of light let out an incomparably mournful shriek. This was one of the many mysteries that Luo Fan had comprehended after fighting with the figure of light for several days. If it were to fully unleash its power, it could directly wipe out any protagonist halo, and even the intelligence of any halo. With such a wonderful technique, just a little bit of its power would naturally cause the miniature protagonist halo to feel an indescribable pain, but there was no need to worry that the miniature protagonist halo wouldn't become obedient. Chapter 14:16. After being taught a lesson by Luo Fan, the miniature protagonist halo finally became obedient. It said, "According to the memories, under certain special circumstances, it's possible for us halos to lose our lives without our bodies being destroyed. What's left behind is called a halo corpse. This corpse doesn't have the profoundness of halos, but it has a special characteristic, which is that it can connect with the river of luck and can be refined into treasures that can naturally communicate with the river of luck. If there's a halo that can devour this halo corpse, it can strengthen its foundation and stimulate its potential. Although it won't be able to see immediate results, it can reduce the difficulty of leveling up in the future. It's a rare resource. Materials, resources," Luo Fan repeated in his heart. Seeing that Luo Fan was silent, the miniature protagonist halo panicked and hurriedly continued, "In my awakened memories, there's actually another god, art." Luo Fan frowned. The miniature main character halo hurriedly explained the cultivation method of that divine ability without any hesitation, as well as the method to cast it in great detail. Luo Fan already had a lot of knowledge about halo god arts. After hearing the cultivation method and the method to cast this god art, he instantly understood the use of this god art. This god art was the god art on how to use the halo corpse. Not only did it contain the method to refine the halo corpse into a magical weapon, it also contained the method to refine the halo corpse in the best way possible, turning it into a miniature protagonist halo to solidify its foundation. Hearing this god art clearly, Luo Fan's expression didn't change. However, he was secretly praising it. The god art's description of how to refine the halo corpse into a magic treasure was more than what he had expected. The method to refine the halo corpse into a magic treasure was much more exquisite. The magic treasure that was refined, its power, and its miraculous uses were all stronger than what he had expected. Moreover, this god art contained the method to turn the halo corpse into resources to enrich the miniature protagonist halo, to strengthen the miniature protagonist halo's foundation. Through analyzing and studying it, he suddenly understood many of the mysteries of the miniature protagonist halo. In order to strengthen the foundation and stimulate the potential, there was no need to explain the mysteries of the miniature protagonist halo first. How could it be done? After the miniature protagonist halo explained this god art, it didn't speak again. However, it emitted a kind of expectation and a kind of apprehension. It was naturally hoping that Luo Fan could give it the halo corpse so that it could use it to strengthen its foundation, to stimulate its potential. But it was worried that Luo Fan would refine the halo corpse into a magic treasure. If it was refined into a magic treasure, it might be of great benefit to Luo Fan, but to it would be bad news. Luo Fan didn't respond to the expectation of the miniature protagonist halo. He casually sealed the halo corpse into the depths of the heavenly cauldron. He directly dispersed the consciousness incarnation inside the heavenly cauldron, and his consciousness returned to his body to strengthen the foundation of the miniature protagonist halo. He wasn't very interested in stimulating its potential. He also wasn't very interested in refining the Halo corpse into a magic treasure. Under such circumstances, it was naturally better to directly seal the Halo corpse and wait for him to think of how to deal with it before deciding what to do. The power of the Sage Halo is so strong. Is it really possible for my luck path world to have such a Sage Halo? Thinking back to the traces of the Sage Halo's power that the miniature protagonist Halo summoned, Luo Fan suddenly felt a little unconfident. This was a simple cave abode, and it was just an ordinary void. The environment inside was extremely crude and simple. The only purpose of its existence was to temporarily stay here for Luo Fan. Now that Luo Fan could solve the problem of the miniature protagonist Halo, there was naturally no need for him to stay in this cave abode. With a thought, he lifted his foot and took a light step forward. His figure had already left the cave abode, and he arrived in the void outside the cave abode. The moment he left the cave abode, it naturally collapsed and was completely annihilated in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the various things that happened on this island after he left instantly flashed through his mind. After understanding it, he couldn't help but sigh. River of Luck Path. River of Luck Path. The reincarnated level, 9 pseudo-sage that he had obtained the miniature protagonist Halo with had been completely destroyed at this time. Among the many cultivators who participated in destroying the level 9 pseudo-sage, they didn't copy the level 9 pseudo-sage memory peacefully as they had agreed. On the contrary, after the level 9 pseudo-sage was destroyed, they started an even more tragic battle. At this moment, more than 80% of the cultivators had already died. Even the remaining 20% of the cultivators still didn't stop, but continued to fight in the starry sky. The memory of the level 9 pseudo-sage cultivator was simply too precious. Even though they had already agreed to copy the memory together, they had completely forgotten about it when it came to the shocking value of the memory. In fact, this should have been expected. The comprehension of the Great Way and the experience of breaking through to the next realm in the memory of a level 9 pseudo-sage fake sage were indeed precious, but at the same time, the location of many treasures, the location of many resource points, and even the preparations for a comeback that were originally hidden in his memory were not any less valuable than his memory. Those comprehension and experience could be copied at will, and there would be no loss no matter who obtained it first. However, the treasures, resource points, and the various preparations were different. If everyone knew about these, no matter how many materials there were, how could there be enough for so many people to share? Moreover, who could guarantee that they would be able to rush to the location of every treasure? If he chose one treasure and the others chose other treasures, he would not be able to do so. Wouldn't that mean that he would only be able to obtain the treasure that he had chosen? With such considerations, how could they allow everyone to copy these memories again? Naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It would be best if only they knew about it. As for the promise to give the level 9 pseudo-sage the first to copy the memory, it was even simpler. As long as they killed the level 9 pseudo-sage before he started to copy the memory, wouldn't this promise be equivalent to nothing? Such a consideration. For most cultivators, it was self-evident. Almost every rational cultivator was prepared to kill the level 9 pseudo-sage reincarnated and fall out with them. Only an existence like a great perfection quasi-saint would believe in their promise in the eyes of others. This was just a melodramatic scene that would inevitably appear after a treasure hunt. However, for Luo Fan, who could see the root of things at a glance, he could tell that the root of all these changes was actually in the long river of luck. Why did those cultivators decide to besiege the level 9 pseudo-sage reincarnated so decisively? The fundamental reason was that the flow of the long river of luck had changed slightly because he had lost the halo of the protagonist. The pressure on his world of luck was slightly greater, making him look particularly unlucky. Among them, why did the level 9 pseudo-sage reincarnated and find the location of the level 9 pseudo-sage reincarnated? The fundamental reason was caused by the changes in the long river of luck. It was caused by the subtle changes in his world of luck, and why did the others do all these things? The fundamental reason was still the changes in the long river of luck. It was precisely because of this that Luo Fan understood all of this at this moment. He lamented about the long river of luck. At the same time, he was even more determined to get rid of the control of the long river of luck. After making up his mind, Luo Fan turned his attention to the true luck that he had set up back then. The result of the true luck god art had already given Luo Fan a mini protagonist Halo surprise. He didn't know if the other true luck would give him a bigger surprise. He sat cross-legged in the void, quietly sensing the existence of the true luck. In the next few years, one after another, he sensed that true luck was being suppressed. However, every time he went there to search carefully, he would discover that either he couldn't find out the reason, and there might be some other Halo that Luo Fan couldn't find, or he found out the reason, but found out that it was just some invisible force interfering with the operation of true luck. He couldn't help but feel helpless. On this day, a few years after he left the temporary cave abode, he suddenly sensed that another strand of true luck was being suppressed. He thought to himself, let's hope it's a Halo shard this time. With this thought, he cast his gaze towards the place where the true luck was being suppressed and saw the person who came into contact with the ordinary person he had added true luck to. It looks like at this time, with this look, his eyes lit up. After all, after searching so many times, he had already found some experience. The person in front of him looked very much like the main character. It was very likely that he had the main character Halo shard. After discovering this, he hurriedly used the god art that searched for the main character Halo. The god art transformed into a mirror that appeared in front of him and shone on that person. In an instant, the light and shadow on the mirror changed, and the long river of luck gradually appeared. In the blink of an eye, the luck world that corresponded to that person was magnified to an unbelievable level. It directly enlarged from the size of a speck of dust to the level that filled the surface of the mirror. What was different from before was that this time, the light and shadow on the mirror directly locked onto a certain position on the surface of the world and began to enlarge and zoom in. This process made Luo Fan secretly happy in his heart. This was a world of difference from before, when he couldn't find the main character Halo shard, which kept rotating and changing, but didn't fix its position or enlarge the display. Such a difference obviously meant that there was at least a main character Halo shard here. Perhaps it's another miniature main character Halo. Luo Fan thought to himself. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. As the saying goes, greed is insatiable. After discovering that there might be a main character Halo shard or main character Halo here, Luo Fan began to look forward to it even more. When the mirror was fixed, Luo Fan couldn't help but sigh with some regret, because what appeared there was the shape of a broken Halo, but it wasn't the complete miniature main character Halo that he was most looking forward to. Sighing, Luo Fan used the existence of his will in the long river of luck to quickly go to that luck world and use the method of sacrificing the main character Halo shard. It was directly transferred to his hand. This main character Halo shard was more complete than the one he got last time. However, it was still broken, and it was many times worse than the complete miniature main character Halo. Sighing, he directly sealed the main character Halo shard into the depths of the heavenly cauldron, directly isolating it from the miniature main character Halo. The changes caused by the disappearance of the main character Halo shard were immediate. After studying the main character Halo, Luo Fan now had a deep understanding of the main character Halo. He already had a deep understanding of the effect of the main character Halo shard. Although the strength of living beings was in two completely different dimensions from the long river of luck. But in fact, the strength of living beings actually still faintly affected the main character Halo and the main character Halo shard. Of course, this didn't mean that one strength was enough to attract the main character Halo or the main character Halo shard to attach to one's luck world. But it meant that the stronger the living being was, the effect of losing the main character Halo would be more and more subtle. For example, the reincarnated level 9 pseudo-sage. After losing the miniature main character halo, although he immediately became unlucky the whole process. In fact, there were no obvious traces of external forces. Everything was actually developing according to the laws of nature. The changes in luck were at most pushing the boat along with the current. But now, this person who lost the main character halo shard was completely different. He was so weak that he had no ability to resist this kind of change at all. The moment he lost the main character halo shard, the surrounding people's perception of him instantly changed dramatically. In fact, even his luck had become extremely bad in an instant. At this moment, he was drinking wine and suddenly choked on the wine. He coughed so hard that he almost coughed out his lungs, and those followers behind him, who originally looked at him with reverence, instantly turned into disgust. It turned out that all the things that he had done, which in their eyes were worth writing about, showed his heroic spirit, and showed his bearing, suddenly became a disgusting pretense. Then, an even more shocking change occurred. The woman who was originally sitting beside him and looking at him with an extremely infatuated gaze suddenly had a blank look in her eyes. Then, her expression turned fierce, and a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. She stabbed it into that person's heart and said, "You killed my husband. Die." All these changes happened so fast that people couldn't react in time. It immediately caused more and more chaos. At this moment, Luo Fan didn't care about that at all. This was because he found that another feeling of true luck being suppressed came over him. What a coincidence! Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat. He turned his attention to another location on this island, the place where true luck was being suppressed. There, the person with true luck was fighting with a cultivator. This person with true luck wasn't just an ordinary martial arts expert. He had joined a cultivation sect and become a cultivator. And now, the person who was suppressing true luck was fighting with the cultivator. With a thought, the god power searching for the halo shard suddenly turned and shone on that cultivator. Although that cultivator had embarked on the path of cultivation, he hadn't even ascended to immortality. Not to mention Luo Fan. He was just an ant-like existence to any itinerant immortal. How could such an existence feel anything in the face of Luo Fan's god power? Before the cultivator's expression changed, Luo Fan had already traced the source of the cultivator to that person's luck world in the long river of luck. He directly found a broken halo on the surface of the luck Dao world, another halo shard. Seeing this broken halo, Luo Fan was slightly happy. His heart skipped a beat. In a long river of luck, the living being that his consciousness was attached to had already traversed through time and space to appear next to the halo. A priest had sacrificed the halo to him and sent it directly to him through a mysterious channel. This halo fragment was slightly more complete and heavier than the ones he had obtained before. Of course, it was still a far cry from a complete miniature protagonist halo. Just one more halo shard, and I can try the method of sacrificing the sage halo. Luo Fan looked at the halo shard and thought to himself. He directly sent the halo shard into the heavenly cauldron of the godly court. As for how unlucky the cultivator who lost the halo would be, how he would be easily killed by his opponent in a fight, Luo Fan naturally couldn't be bothered to care about that. Next, Luo Fan waited for 3 whole months before he sensed that another god power of true luck was being suppressed. However, when he went to take a look, he discovered that the god power that was being suppressed was an existence that he didn't know about. This had happened many times, so he felt helpless and could only let it go. Although he knew that there must be some kind of extremely mysterious halo or halo shard hidden in that person's luck world. But he didn't know what kind of halo it was. He completely didn't know where that halo existed, whether it was on the surface of the world or in the depths of the world. Was it just the appearance of a halo, or did it transform into some kind of lost appearance? Under such circumstances, he wanted to search for the halo that he didn't know what it was for. It was 1,000 times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. It might even take him thousands or tens of thousands of years to find it, For something that might even be a passerby halo shard, he would waste thousands or tens of thousands of years to find it. But Luo Fan wasn't that bored. Then, every few months, he felt that a god power of true luck was being suppressed. But every time he went over, he didn't discover what was suppressing true luck, let alone find the halo shard. Until the 8th time, when the true luck god power of the person who had helped him find a miniature protagonist halo was being suppressed again, Luo Fan finally got his wish of obtaining the 3rd broken halo of the protagonist. That was the 3rd halo shard. When the 3rd halo shard was in his hand, Luo Fan was filled with emotions. He had wasted close to 10 years to obtain these 3 halo shards. If he wanted to find enough miniature protagonist halos to evolve them into miniature protagonist halos, how much time would he have to waste? After sighing, he took a step forward and disappeared from the island instantly. When he reappeared, he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles and arrived at the cave abode on the island where the book Supreme and the others were. Since he could find everything he wanted to find, he naturally didn't need to stay on that island with so many mortals. After returning to his cave abode, Luo Fan released the heavenly cauldron of God Court. With a thought, it wrapped the halo shard and entered the heavenly cauldron of God Court. Then, it transformed into a thought incarnation and appeared in front of the miniature protagonist halo that was playing with the world. The miniature protagonist halo was having fun playing with the world that it had evolved. When it suddenly saw Luo Fan appear with the halo shard, it couldn't help but be surprised. The world that it had evolved naturally collapsed and turned into the power of the heavenly cauldron of God Court. Then, it once again merged into the surrounding gray void. When it saw what was in Luo Fan's hand, it couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Master, did you get another halo shard?" Luo Fan didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed the 2 halos that he had suppressed in the heavenly cauldron of God Court. Then, they broke out of the place where they were suppressed and appeared in front of Luo Fan. With a wave of his hand, the 3 halos appeared side by side in front of the miniature protagonist halo, floating and sinking. This scene, however, caused the miniature protagonist halo to be dumbfounded. To be able to find one fragment of the protagonist's halo in less than 10 years was already a huge surprise to him. He did not expect that this person would be able to find 3 fragments of the protagonist's halo in such a short time. This kind of speed was unimaginable. Chapter 14:17. The miniature protagonist halo was dumbfounded when it heard Luo Fan's words. It had guessed that it would be the sacrificial sage halo. If it wasn't for the sacrificial sage halo, why would Luo Fan work so hard to collect the fragments of the protagonist halo? However, it didn't expect that the target of Luo Fan's sacrificial sage halo was his own luck path world. What this represented couldn't be any more obvious. It meant that he suspected that there was a sage halo in his luck path world. What kind of arrogant person would have such a mentality? He stared blankly at Luo Fan for a long time and only reacted when Luo Fan frowned. He hurriedly said, "Yes, I will do as you bid," sacrificing the sage halo. Although it seemed like a ritual, in fact, the mystery hidden within it was extremely profound. The sacrificial sage halo wasn't like other sacrificial rituals where one only needed to set up a table, an incense burner, and offerings. Instead, it required a lot of preparation and the use of infinite power. In the memories of the awakening of the miniature protagonist halo, the sacrificial sage halo was a divine ability that could only be used in the long river of luck. Luo Fan wanted to use this god power in the sacred court heavenly cauldron, but he couldn't just copy it. Instead, he needed to modify the god power slightly. However, whether it was for Luo Fan or the miniature protagonist halo, it was just a trivial matter. Over the years, the 2 of them had already finished modifying the divine ability. It was natural for Luo Fan to modify the god power. After all, he was the one who wanted the sacrificial sage halo. It wasn't strange for the miniature protagonist halo to modify the god power either. This was because it knew that Luo Fan wanted the sacrificial sage halo. In order to save itself from not being able to fulfill Luo Fan's request in a hurry, it completed the process early. It was precisely because of this that it didn't need Luo Fan's instructions to cast the altered sacrificial god art on its own. As a halo, the god power it used was usually in the form of light. This sacrificial ability was no exception. In that instant, a figure appeared in the sky. The miniature protagonist halo shot out 129,600 rays of light. These rays of light interweaved and collided in the void, finally weaving into a strange 1296-level-high platform. The entire platform was extremely simple and exquisite. It constantly exuded an extremely ancient aura, as if it had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Although the high platform was formed from light, it did not feel illusory at all. Countless tiny lines were densely packed on the surface. The endless lines made the high platform look like it was purely made of these lines. It seemed so mysterious and profound. After the platform was formed, the miniature protagonist's halo did not stop. On the contrary, it did not stop. The rays of light shooting out of its body became even more intense and intense. This endless stream of light poured into the high platform, causing it to become brighter and brighter. The lines on it became denser and denser, becoming more and more incredible. Vaguely, it even shook time and space, producing an extremely profound ripple that began to spread in all directions. Gradually, the void inside the divine court's heaven cauldron was enveloped by the ripple. Amidst the wave, Luo Fan had a strange feeling. It was as if the surrounding space was no longer normal, but had become something that seemed both real and illusory. It seemed incomparably powerful, yet incomparably illusory, a strange existence that was incomparably weak. It's changed quite well. It seems that it has decided long ago. Luo Fan looked at the changes. He was secretly satisfied. Under the shroud of this wave, the void inside the heavenly cauldron had already created an extremely strange charm. It seemed to have a bit of the river of luck. In other words, these waves were the environment of the sacrificial sage halo. It forcibly simulated the environment of the river of luck. Thus, it avoided the failure of the sacrificial sage art due to the environment not being the river of luck. Of course, this was only one step of the sacrificial sage art's transformation. Without connecting this place to the river of luck, the sacrificial sage art wouldn't be able to fully take effect. At this moment, amidst the wave, the river of luck that originally enveloped the entire universe, heavens, grotto heavens, and treasures appeared out of thin air. The river of luck that filled every region also enveloped the void inside the heavenly cauldron. Originally, the river of luck path and the space within the divine court's heavenly cauldron, or in other words, the space-time within any world was of a completely different dimension. Even if they overlapped, it was as if one side didn't exist and wouldn't interfere with the other. But at this moment, the situation was different. The instant the river of luck appeared, Luo Fan sensed that the void inside the heavenly cauldron that had been simulated into the river of luck started to tremble slightly. Wave after wave of ripples started to appear and spread in all directions, gradually filling the entire void. It made the entire void look like a calm surface of water that was raining, extremely chaotic. The ripples became denser and more obvious. In the end, when it reached a certain limit, all the changes completely calmed down. At this instant, Luo Fan sensed that this void had completely connected with the river of luck. From a certain point of view, it had truly become a part of the river of luck. At this moment, the miniature protagonist halo that had been cast had already dimmed. Even the lines on it seemed to have been broken by an unknown number of times. It looked like the halo was already filled with countless cracks. Evidently, casting this divine ability consumed a lot of the miniature protagonist halo's energy, and it could even be said to be extremely damaging. Master, please place the offerings on the altar. The miniature protagonist halo's voice was extremely hoarse, and could even be said to be extremely ferocious, as if it was exerting all of its strength. Upon hearing that, Luo Fan raised his hand and the 3 fragments of the protagonist halo in front of him were directly sent to the high platform on the 1296th floor. Prostrate, the day is auspicious. The heaven and earth open, bow deeply, stand on the ground. Next, the miniature protagonist halo began to recite an elegiac text recorded in the divine ability. Although its voice seemed to be forced out in the process of using all of its strength, the elegiac text was extremely sacred and dignified. However, these sacrificial rites were extremely sacred and dignified. Moreover, there was an increasingly powerful force contained within them. As the elegiac text was recited, the entire high platform began to tremble slightly. It was an inexplicable connection. It began to establish a connection between the high platform and Luo Fan's Luck Path world. As the elegiac text was recited, the miniature protagonist halo's voice seemed to become more and more relaxed, and the recitation also became smoother and smoother. In the end, it became even clearer and no longer seemed to be exerting all of its strength. During this process, the void inside the heavenly cauldron of the divine court began to undergo an inexplicable change. An indescribable sacred light began to be born on the high platform and the miniature protagonist halo. At the same time, Luo Fan's Luck Path world also seemed to have received some sort of shock. It began to tremble slightly. There seemed to be some kind of strange existence vaguely responding to the elegiac text. Although the recording of the divine ability wasn't considered long, it recorded the way to activate it and how to enrich it. Therefore, the entire reading of the elegiac text took as long as 10 days. Just then, it finally reached the end. During this entire process, the space inside the heavenly cauldron of the divine court seemed to be constantly subjected to some kind of extremely unimaginable shock. The entire space seemed to be enveloped in a domain that even Luo Fan couldn't understand. It produced all sorts of supreme changes that contained the Halo God ability, causing Luo Fan to unknowingly be immersed in it. He felt that his previous understanding of the Halo God ability was slowly being overturned and rebuilt. The Halo God ability that he originally seemed to have completely understood began to emit new mysteries. It began to emit a brand new profound mystery and began to display a brand new form. In a trance, Luo Fan suddenly realized that his cultivation realm had involuntarily surpassed the level 5 pseudo-divine realm. Unknowingly, he had already set foot on the 6th step below the Sage realm. He had become a level 6 pseudo-divine realm. In just 10 days, such a change had occurred. Even if Luo Fan felt that he would not encounter any realm shackles until he reached the level 9 pseudo-sage, this kind of improvement speed was definitely beyond imagination. There's actually such an unexpected gain. It seems that after studying this Halo for so many years, it really wasn't a waste of time. Sure enough, it's not a waste of time. After truly feeling his breakthrough, Luo Fan's heart surged with inexplicable satisfaction. As for why he suddenly broke through, even he himself couldn't explain the reason. Perhaps it was because his worldview had been perfected to a certain extent, and it naturally pushed his cultivation realm to improve. Or perhaps it was because he had comprehended the various mysteries of this Halo divine ability, and under the influence of analogy, he naturally achieved a breakthrough. It was more likely that he had seen the methods of countless level 9 pseudo-divine realm before, and had even fought with a level 9 pseudo-divine realm. So he had accumulated a deep accumulation. Now that it was triggered, it naturally promoted his cultivation realm to break through. In short, the current Luo Fan had unknowingly become a level 6 pseudo-divine realm. His cultivation realm had obtained a huge improvement, and his strength had also increased greatly. Unfortunately, in the category of level 9 pseudo-divine realm, this kind of growth is nothing at all. Feeling the change in his strength, Luo Fan felt a little helpless again. Although his strength had increased after becoming a level 6 pseudo-divine realm, this kind of growth might only be a matter of comprehension in the category of level 9 pseudo-divine realm. It was impossible for him to suddenly have a terrifying advantage over a level 9 pseudo-divine realm. From this point of view, his current increase in strength was not very meaningful. After lamenting for a while, Luo Fan laughed. A person's heart was not satisfied. This breakthrough was a breakthrough after all, and it allowed him to take another solid step towards the sage realm of mixed Yuan Dao fruit. It also made the essence of his cultivation, the will that seemed like a saint's will, but was not, become stronger and closer to the true saint's will. In any case, this kind of gain could not be considered a small gain. Just as Luo Fan was secretly feeling the various changes after his breakthrough, the funeral oration read by the miniature protagonist Halo had already reached the end. Fu Wei Shang Xiang. When the last 4 words were uttered, Luo Fan's Luck Dao world suddenly stopped, and then the fragments of the halo on the 1296th floor suddenly disappeared. And the high platform, it completely collapsed in an instant. Along with the collapse of the halo, the void inside the divine court heavenly cauldron. At this moment, the entire void was completely annihilated, and everything in it returned to a gray state. It felt as if everything had returned to chaos. At this moment, the miniature protagonist Halo did not suffer any damage. On the contrary, all the hidden injuries on its body had completely disappeared. The dense cracks that appeared on the halo had completely disappeared, and the brightness of the halo had not only returned to its normal brightness, but it was also slightly brighter than normal. All of this was obvious at a glance that the sacrificial sage Halo had succeeded in my Luck Dao world. As expected, it contains the sage Halo. Luo Fan thought to himself at this moment. He now understood why he could transmigrate from the Earth universe to the primordial world. It turned out that all of this was because he already had the sage Halo before he transmigrated in his previous life. It was precisely because of this sage Halo that his Luck Dao world would never be destroyed, even if he died. Even if his soul was destroyed, he could still be reborn. This allowed him to be directly reborn in the primordial world, which was no different from the Earth universe in the long river of Luck Dao, to the long river of Luck Dao that was filled with all perfect worlds, all great worlds, and even the entire chaotic state. Although there was an unknown distance between the Earth universe and the primordial world in reality, from the perspective of the long river of Luck Dao, it might only be a slight difference. Perhaps it was just a slight deviation. When Luo Fan was reborn, he only needed to have a slight difference. From the Earth universe to the primordial world, from a human to a Pai Xiao, that was extremely normal. It really is the sage Halo. After a long time, Luo Fan sighed. With an inexplicable, complicated expression, he looked at his Luck Dao world that had completely recovered and belonged to him. As for why there was no communication or other result from the sacrifice, since he had already communicated with the sage Halo, the reason was naturally even more simple. After all, his sacrifices were only 3 fragments of the halo. Such sacrifices were given to the miniature protagonist Halo to fuse with. He might not even be able to see any effect, to be able to trigger a reaction from the sage Halo, and to be able to completely restore the miniature protagonist Halo. This could already be considered a pleasant surprise. How could he ask for more? While Luo Fan was sighing with emotion, the miniature protagonist Halo on the other side was already stunned. As a protagonist who clearly knew how powerful and incredible the sage Halo was, it understood the supremacy of the sage Halo. Under such circumstances, although it had obediently performed the sacrificial sage Halo, it was only because the situation was against its control, and it was only because of Luo Fan's compulsion. However, it didn't have any hope for this. However, even though he did not have much hope, he still managed to make contact with the halo of a saint. He actually confirmed that there was indeed a halo of a saint in this person's world of Luck Dao. How shocking and unbelievable was that? How could it not be stunned? How could it accept this calmly? How could this happen? If there really is a sage Halo, how could I suppress his Luck Dao world back then? The miniature protagonist Halo murmured. As Luo Fan was lamenting, he suddenly heard this and could not help but frown. There was indeed a huge doubt in this. If there really was a Sage Halo in his Luck Dao world, then why would his Luck Dao world be suppressed by the other party's Luck Dao world when he first encountered the float? Why would it be a side character that obtained huge benefits from the float? If the Sage Halo was so supreme and omnipotent, even if it did not activate, just its existence alone should be able to repel the effects of all other halos on it. Thinking of this, Luo Fan suddenly began to doubt whether there was a problem with the god power earlier. However, of course, this doubt was only for a moment. He had seen the entire process just now, and there was no doubt or difficulty at all. All the reactions of the god power were extremely normal. Those were all the signs of the existence of the Sage Halo. What else was abnormal? Looks like I still have to find the reason behind this. Luo Fan sighed and casually patted the area below. The miniature protagonist Halo woke up with a pat. The miniature protagonist Halo was originally in a frenzy, but when it was suddenly woken up, it naturally emitted a dazed aura. When it saw Luo Fan's appearance clearly, its body could not help but tremble. "Did you awaken more memories just now?" Luo Fan asked plainly. Suddenly making contact with the Sage Halo was a supreme existence among halos. For the miniature protagonist Halo, it was like a cultivator suddenly seeing a sage. It was not strange for it to be stimulated and awaken more inherited memories. Hearing this, the miniature protagonist Halo was stunned for a moment before it began to check its memory. After a while, it was overjoyed. "I did awaken some memories. This memory is a god power that can summon the clone of the Sage Halo, called Holy Strike." Hearing this, Luo Fan's eyebrows twitched. Suddenly, he said urgently, "Tell me everything about that god power." Although he had already obtained the Holy Strike god power from the other miniature protagonist Halo's memory, that Holy Strike god power was specifically targeted at a certain Sage Halo. However, that Holy Strike magical ability was specifically aimed at a certain Sage Halo that was unknown, so it was of little significance to Luo Fan. But now it was different. Now, this miniature protagonist Halo obtained the Holy Strike god power because of the Sage Halo in Luo Fan's Luck Dao world. The Holy Strike god power obtained this way was obviously closely related to the Sage Halo in his Luck Dao world. Furthermore, the clone of the Sage Halo that was summoned was very likely to be the clone of the Sage Halo in his Luck Dao world. The various characteristics of the Sage Halo described in the god power were very likely to be the various characteristics of the Sage Halo in his Luck Dao world. This was very attractive to Luo Fan. One could imagine, because the miniature protagonist Halo was completely isolated when Luo Fan obtained the Holy Strike god power, it did not know that Luo Fan had already obtained the Holy Strike god power. It did not know why Luo Fan cared about the Holy Strike god power. It only thought that Luo Fan was interested in this god power because of its profoundness. Hearing Luo Fan's words, it quickly agreed. Then, it began to explain the specific cultivation method of the Holy Strike god power. "Say it, but don't cultivate it. Although I am not afraid, even if you summon the clone of the Sage Halo, it will still be troublesome. If I find out that you are practicing this magical ability while speaking, you will be responsible for the consequences." Because of his previous experience, Luo Fan lightly warned him at this time. As soon as he said this, the miniature protagonist Halo trembled. It really did have the idea of cultivating this magical power while talking about it, in order to break through Luo Fan's obstruction and return to the River of Luck. However, it didn't want to be seen through by Luo Fan at a glance. For a moment, it was frightened and speechless, feeling that Luo Fan was even more unfathomable. Yes. This lowly one does not dare. This lowly one does not dare," the miniature protagonist Halo said in fear. At this time, all of its improper thoughts were completely dispelled. Luo Fan nodded and said, "Continue talking about the Holy Strike god power." "Yes." The miniature protagonist Halo's answer was resolute. Luo Fan was extremely meticulous in his questioning of this Saint Strike divine ability. He dug out every sentence and every ambiguous description and carefully asked for confirmation. It took him a full 3 days to completely ask about this divine ability. Just as he expected, this thaumaturgy was different from the holy bash thaumaturgy that he obtained from the other miniature main character's halo. Chapter 14:18. Luo Fan naturally didn't have any interest in studying the Holy Strike God art that was originally completely unrelated to him. But now, this Holy Strike God art was very likely to be the Holy Strike God art that was closely related to his Luck Dao world, so he naturally put in some effort. After completely memorizing the entire Holy Strike God art, he closed his eyes and began to study it carefully. This God art was the Halo God art. Even Luo Fan couldn't use it directly. To Luo Fan, the existence of this God art was a key to finding the Sage Halo in his Luck Dao world. Although the Sage Halo was an extremely precious and powerful halo, it only seemed to be beneficial to Luo Fan and didn't have many disadvantages. But to Luo Fan, something that he couldn't control or even understand existed in his Luck Dao world. This was something he couldn't accept. Of course, this didn't mean that he had to get rid of the Sage Halo because he didn't understand it. Instead, it meant that he had to do his best to study this Sage Halo and figure out its mysteries as much as possible. Thus, he could make use of its advantages and avoid its disadvantages. It was because of this mentality that Luo Fan was so concerned about finding the Sage Halo at this moment. This Holy Strike God art was quickly dissected in his mind, and all the characteristics of the Sage Halo in his Luck Dao world were gradually extracted by him. Through the various descriptions of this God art, Luo Fan gradually understood what exactly was the Sage Halo that he was looking for. The Sage Halo wasn't like the protagonist Halo, which was a halo attached to the surface of the world. It wasn't fixed in the shape of a circular halo. Instead, it was a wonderful halo that could exist in any shape and state. Its position was inside the Luck Dao world, and it wasn't limited to the various things that could be seen with the naked eye. It could be anywhere inside the Luck Dao world. It included the nomological laws, time, space, and everything else. It could be said that the halo of a sage was everywhere. Even if it was Luo Fan, who was the supreme existence in his own Luck Dao world, he would not be able to find such a sage halo. He could do almost anything there. It was omniscient, but was almost impossible to find the existence of the Sage Halo. For Luo Fan, this was a fact. This is not something to be surprised about. Therefore, regarding this discovery, Luo Fan's expression did not change in the slightest. When he researched this Holy Strike sacred art, he did not expect to be able to discover the characteristics of the Sage Halos and use it to find them. What he needed were just some tiny clues. As his research became deeper and deeper, gradually, Luo Fan found something that seemed like a clue, but also didn't seem like a clue. The essence of a saint's halo was simply too high. It was so high that no matter how it was hidden, if one studied it carefully, they would be able to find the minute differences between it and other similar objects. I see. It seems that this is the breakthrough point to find the Sage Halo. Luo Fan thought to himself. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, the thought incarnation naturally collapsed. At the same time, the huge three-dimensional talisman in his Luck Dao world began to produce a summoning force. It penetrated the long river of Luck Dao and appeared in the demon realm, directly acting on Luo Fan's body. With the appearance of this summoning force, Luo Fan's thought directly penetrated the invisible channel and directly arrived in his Luck Dao world. With the help of the power of the three-dimensional talisman, he condensed a body. Returning to the Luck Dao world that he had stayed in for a long time, Luo Fan felt slightly emotional. Ever since he left this world, there had been a lot of changes. The battle network that he had set up back then had developed by leaps and bounds. The network had gradually replaced all the original means of fighting in the entire Luck Dao world, becoming the only place of fighting in the entire Luck Dao world. With such changes, although there was still no lack of all kinds of fighting in the Luck Dao world, the speed of living beings dying was many times slower than before. In this world, the third camp of living beings that was born because of Luo Fan's hostility towards a float had already changed to the first and second camps. At this moment, The entire Luckdow world was once again in a state of constant scheming and fighting between the two camps. Of course, due to the existence of the battle network, the two camps were constantly scheming and fighting against each other. Although the factions were constantly scheming against each other and fighting each other, the hidden danger of a large-scale war breaking out that could destroy any one of the factions had completely disappeared. With a thought, Luo Fan's mind completely fused with the battle network. In an instant, he used the battle network to sense all the living beings in this world. The battle network had fused with the laws of this world, including all the living beings that existed in this world. Using the battle network to sense the state of many living beings, compared to using his own ability to sense the state of those living beings, although the degree of accuracy was not much higher, it was many times easier. If the halo of a saint turns into a living being, then the quality of this living being will definitely be higher and stronger than all other living beings. Luo Fan thought to himself as he continuously filtered these living beings. There were billions and trillions of living beings in this world. Among them, there were definitely many living beings whose quality was higher than other living beings. Even though Luo Fan was currently looking for those living beings with extremely high quality, the result he obtained in the end was that there were tens of millions of people in this world. These tens of millions of people, compared to the countless living beings in this world, were equivalent to a level 9 false saint to an ordinary cultivator. This number had been reduced from billions and trillions of people to the current tens of millions of people. However, Luo Fan could no longer continue to divide them. The difference in quality between these tens of millions of people was negligible. If he wanted to find a one with the strongest quality among them, that was definitely not an easy task. If he used the battle network again, it would no longer be enough. With a thought, the figures of these tens of millions of people instantly appeared in his mind. No matter how powerful the battle network was, compared to Luo Fan himself, it would still be inferior in the future. Using the battle network to divide them would not be able to truly find the existence with the strongest quality among these living beings. However, using Luo Fan's own senses, if he wanted to find it, it would not be easy either, but was still possible. Looking at these tens of millions of living beings, endless information poured out of Luo Fan's eyes like a waterfall. In an instant, he eliminated the living beings one by one. The number of those tens of millions of people began to gradually decrease. 1, 2, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Unknowingly, the number of living beings had decreased to millions. Following that, not long after, it was hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, thousands, hundreds. In the end, when even Luo Fan could no longer distinguish them, in his mind, the number of living beings had already decreased to 18. These 18 living beings looked to be of all ages, men and women, strong and weak. There was nothing in common at all. However, Luo Fan knew that their quality was stronger than the billions and trillions of living beings in this world. If all the people in this world could grow to the highest level they could reach after renting, they would definitely be the 18 strongest people in this world. As for who was the strongest among them, even the current Luo Fan could not tell. In his senses, these 18 people's quality was equally strong. The difference between them was not even negligible. They were almost exactly the same. 18. If that sage halo has transformed into a living being, it must be among these 18 people. Luo Fan looked at these 18 people and thought to himself, I can't just sense it. Why don't I test it out? Luo Fan thought to himself. With a thought, a certain place in this world began to undergo a huge change. An extremely complicated and dangerous environment was created out of thin air. This environment contained an extremely large number of dangerous living beings. Moreover, there were all kinds of extremely complicated and dangerous natural sceneries. For example, there was a gust of wind that could turn any living being into a pile of bones, or the weak water that would melt any living being in a pus upon contact, and so on and so forth. There were all kinds of strange environments, causing that environment to become a place that even an 8th level pseudo saint might not be able to safely escape from if he went there. After creating this environment, Luo Fan waved his hand. In an instant, the 18 people who were scattered all over this world were unable to resist at all. They each traversed a distance of who knew how many light years away and arrived at the environment he had created. Among these 18 people, not all of them were absolute powerhouses in this world. However, there were also a few who stood at the peak of this world and stood at the highest level of all living beings in this world. In such a sudden situation, they were pulled out of their original positions and appeared in a place that was countless light years away from their original positions. This change shocked them greatly. Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat. This sentence appeared in the hearts of the 18 people. This is a test. Those who pass the test will receive a Paragon magic treasure. Paragon magic treasures were the most powerful magic treasures in this world. Even if an ordinary person obtained such a magic treasure, they would be invincible. It could be said that anyone who obtained such a magic treasure would be in an invincible position. Billions of living beings in this world had worked hard for billions of years to obtain such a magic treasure. Until now, there were no more than 3 of them. One could imagine how precious this magic treasure was. These 18 people were originally shocked by the fact that they had suddenly arrived here, but when they heard these words, the look in their eyes instantly changed. They couldn't be any clearer about what a supreme treasure was. For the sake of such a treasure, not to mention participating in a test, even if they were asked to take their lives, they would probably grit their teeth and agree. If they died, they wouldn't have a share of the treasure, but they could hand it over to their families. They could give it to the people they cared about. Therefore, there was no contradiction in this. At that moment, the 18 people set off and began to advance in the environment created by Luo Fan. They wanted to pass through the countless obstacles, pass the test, and obtain the Paragon magic treasure. Seeing that they had suddenly become so active, Luo Fan was secretly satisfied. He was almost omnipotent and omniscient in this world. For him, who knew everything, if he wanted something like a supreme treasure, he could easily create it with a simple poke. Naturally, he could give them to others at will. The environment that these 18 people were going through was completely under Luo Fan's control. Luo Fan only needed to wash that kind of movement, and the environment would naturally produce all kinds of changes. The difficulty of the living beings passing through it. Naturally, there would be changes in the world. Luo Fan wanted the 18 of them to go through this environment. It was not to toy with them. It was to test them and see which of them was the strongest. Therefore, he was constantly adjusting the environment while the 18 of them were trying to break through the levels. With the help of extremely precise calculations and deductions, he controlled the difficulty of the 18 people who had a huge difference in strength to the same level. For ordinary people, this might indeed be an extremely difficult and inconceivable thing. After all, the number of calculations involved was enough to crash any supercomputer. But for Luo Fan, who was already a level 6 pseudo-sage, it was too simple. During the whole process, he did not even pause for a moment. With just a thought, the difficulty was naturally adjusted. The 18 people kept moving forward. Because of Luo Fan's adjustment of the difficulty, although they chose different directions, their advancing speed was the same. If one circled the place where they were moving forward, it would form a very regular circle. The dangerous environment that Luo Fan had created was extremely huge, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. And the place where those 18 people appeared was right in the middle of that area. If any of them wanted to pass through this entire environment and pass the test that Luo Fan had set up casually, they would have to cross hundreds of thousands of miles and thousands of dangerous areas. With such a long distance, even if it was only a small gap, the further they went, the more obvious it would be. As time passed, the circle that they were in began to gradually change shape. Although the speed of the change was extremely slow, there was still a change in the end. Some people gradually fell behind, while others began to slowly surpass. In this way, the original circle naturally turned into an oval shape. After noticing this change, A faint smile appeared on Luo Fan's face. Such a change meant that his current test was correct, and it was very likely that he would get the final result he wanted. Although the strength of these living beings was not as strong as the weak, they were at least many times stronger than ordinary people. Even if an ordinary person traveled 1,000 miles in a day, it would still take several months to cross the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. However, for these people, it took less than a month for them to pass through the entire dangerous environment and directly appear in the outside world. Everyone who left the dangerous environment laid on the ground without a care for their image, panting heavily as they enjoyed this rare safety. The environment that they had passed through earlier was too dangerous. Even if they were to sleep, they could be blown into dust by a gust of wind if they were not careful. It was easy to imagine just how difficult and painful it was for them to travel in such an environment. It was easy to imagine just how uncomfortable it was. Compared to that kind of environment, they simply felt that even the most dangerous environment that they had experienced before was like heaven. They relaxed and enjoyed the rare peace here. At this moment, Luo Fan had already locked his gaze on an old man among the 18 people. This old man was the first person among the 18 people to break through as many tests and leave the dangerous environment. As for the other 17 people, even if Luo Fan completely controlled the difficulty level to be the same as the old man's, they still could not compare to this old man. Could this be the Sage Halo? Luo Fan looked at the old man who was lying on the ground without a care for his image, and there was some hesitation on his face. This old man was not the strongest among the 18 people. Of course, he was not the weakest. His level could only be considered to be in the middle among the 18 people. If there was anything special about him, it would only be that he was old. It was hard to believe that he had the halo of a saint. However, although there was some doubt in his heart, after all, this was the result of the test just now. Therefore, Luo Fan did not say much. He sent the other 17 people back and casually left them a top-notch magic treasure in this world. It was considered compensation for their hard work in the past month. Then he casually grabbed it. This old man, who was the strongest among the billions of living beings in this world, disappeared from where he was. He disappeared from where he was, traversing a distance of who knew how many billions of miles and appearing right in front of him. The old man was originally enjoying himself when he suddenly felt a change in the space around him. Then, an extremely familiar figure stood in front of him. In an instant, the old man's heart almost stopped. He quickly got up. He knelt before Luo Fan and said, "Greetings, Divine Master." The more Luo Fan looked at this person, the more he felt that this person did not have the Sage Halo. He sighed and raised his hand to help the old man up. He said, "You passed my test, very good. This is the supreme magic treasure I prepared for you." As he spoke, he casually squeezed his hand, and a 7-story pagoda appeared in his hand. After the pagoda appeared, it naturally fused with the laws of this world. This kind of fusion made it so that as long as the laws of this world were not completely destroyed, it could never be broken. With such a magic treasure, as long as it was placed on top of one's head, it would naturally be able to protect one's entire body, so that one would always be in a safe state and be in an invincible position. The old man instantly sensed the aura of this magic treasure. He couldn't help but show an infatuated look on his face as he stared blankly at the 7-story pagoda. Luo Fan casually patted the magic treasure, and it directly rushed into the old man's body. In an instant, it merged with the old man's body and became the old man's natal magic treasure. The old man's body trembled, and an indescribable look appeared on his face. Then, he raised his hand, and the pagoda appeared above his head. Rays of clear light fell from it and firmly wrapped around him. As the clear light wrapped around him, he naturally felt an indescribable sense of security. It was as if there was nothing in this world, no power, that could harm him. The old man murmured, "So this is a supreme magic treasure. It's really powerful to the point of shaking the world." After a while, he finally regained his senses and hurriedly knelt before Luo Fan and said, "Thank you, Divine Lord, for bestowing this treasure." Looking at the old man, Luo Fan didn't speak. His eyes lit up as he tried to dig out all the old man's secrets from head to toe, from inside to outside, and even into the space-time inside the old man's body. Luo Fan's ability to sense and observe was unimaginably powerful. In just a few breaths of time, he had already analyzed and deduced the old man from top to bottom countless times. He had even deduced the space-time inside the old man's body more than once. However, the result of this observation and deduction made him rather disappointed. According to the result of his observation, this old man was a native creature of this world. Luo Fan could trace all the characteristics and existences of this old man back to their origins. He could even find out their roots. There is nothing that Luo Fan couldn't deduce or understand. From this, it was obvious that this old man was most likely not the halo of a sage. The halo of a sage to a halo was like the halo of a sage to a cultivator. There must be some mysteries that Luo Fan couldn't understand. If this old man was really the manifestation of a sage's halo, then there must be some mysteries that Luo Fan couldn't discover no matter how much he studied and deduced. Luo Fan couldn't help but sigh when he discovered this. He said to the old man, "I've given you your reward for passing the test. Go." As he spoke, he waved his hand and sent the old man back to his original position, which was a place that was millions and millions of miles away from where Luo Fan was at this moment. Chapter 1419. Next, Luo Fan began to investigate everything in this luck path world. Watermark, advertisement, test watermark, advertisement, test among all the things that existed in this world. Even if it was the laws and laws that were out of the ordinary, they would be probed, carefully distinguished, and deeply comprehended. However, the final result was very disappointing. That was because he spent several years investigating almost everything that could be investigated, but in the end, he did not obtain the result he wanted. He did not find anything that he could not see through. Evidently, there was no sage halo. Several years later, Luo Fan floated somewhere in this world and raised his hand to let go of a rule in his hand. This rule naturally fused with the nomological laws layer, fusing with many other laws, and there was no difference between them. Seeing this rule fuse with the nomological laws layer, he sighed. This isn't it either. Looks like it's impossible for me to find the sage halo now. With a sigh, his avatar in the luck path world dissipated, and his consciousness returned to his main body through a mysterious channel. The sage halo was a sage among halos. It was omnipotent and had reached an unimaginable level. Under such circumstances, it was as difficult for him to find the sage halo as it was for him to find the sage. Evidently, even though he believed that he had the strength of a supreme venerable and could fight a level 9 pseudo-sage who grasped the holy decree, it was almost impossible for him to find the sage, unless the sage was willing to show up and meet him. Similarly, it was also almost impossible for him to find the sage halo. Compared to that, it was obviously an extremely difficult task for him to find the saint halo. After returning to his cave abode, he looked up, and the luck path river was reflected in his eyes. The shining luck path world that belonged to him was constantly enlarged, and in the end, a huge image was revealed. After a long time, he sighed. The various lights in his eyes dispersed. Now that he had done his best in the luck path river, there was no longer any meaning in getting entangled in the luck path world. He forced himself to expel the various things in the luck path world. Instead, he turned his attention to the chaotic state. Previously, when he was in the heavenly cauldron of the heavenly court, he had gained some enlightenment because of the protagonist's halo, the sacrificial sage halo. He had broken through to the level 5 pseudo-saint realm. He had become a level 6 pseudo-saint. This allowed him to sense a wider range of the chaos state. The depth at which he could sense the state of chaos also increased. This was obviously an extremely important change for him, giving him a chance to further perfect his worldview. Previously, he had set his sights on the sage halo, so he did not try to comprehend the new chaotic states. Now that the matter had come to an end, he naturally couldn't let it go. The mysteries contained in the state of chaos were endless. Even a saint would need to spend a lot of time and effort to understand the chaotic state. Under such circumstances, the chaotic state was naturally even more profound and mysterious to Luo Fan. As he comprehended, endless mysteries flashed through his mind. Countless aspects of the nomological worldview that should be perfected and improved gradually flashed in his mind. For Luo Fan, this process was like being immersed in an indescribably wonderful state. However, he was gradually immersed in it. Time gradually passed as he was immersed in it. Before he knew it, hundreds of years had passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already time for the Tao Discussion Assembly. During these hundreds of years, no one came to disturb Luo Fan. However, the entire island was extremely lively during these hundreds of years. As the time of the Tao discussion drew closer and closer, more and more sage-level cultivators from all over the Devil Realm rushed over to this island. They were all cultivators who had somehow obtained the qualifications to participate in the Tao Discussion Assembly. During these years, the incomplete Venerable, the Book Venerable, and the others did not stop cultivators from passing the test and obtaining the qualifications. As a matter of fact, more than a dozen cultivators who were below level 9 pseudo-saints had obtained the qualifications to participate in the Tao Discussion Assembly through them. Apart from that, almost all level 9 pseudo-saints on this island had also used up their recommendation slots. Almost all level 9 pseudo-saints had found cultivators worthy of their recommendation in the past hundreds of years. At this moment, although the entire island was more lively, it was no longer as chaotic as before. Instead, there was an indescribable order. Without the slots, there would naturally be no competition. Thus, order was naturally born. On this day, Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he returned to his senses from the chaotic state. There's still half a month left. He knew how much time had passed just by thinking about it. At this moment, he suddenly received a message from the incomplete Venerable. It's time. Fellow cultivator, please get ready. We're about to set off for the Tao Discussion Assembly. Upon receiving the message, Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat. He lifted his foot and stepped out of his cave abode in the blink of an eye. With just a glance, he sensed that the incomplete Venerable and the others were no longer in the cave abode. Instead, they were above the void. The incomplete Venerable and the others had gathered together. Not far away from them, more and more level 9 pseudo-saints had gathered. Almost all of these level 9 pseudo-saints were people Luo Fan had seen during the luck merging ceremony. Beside each of these level 9 pseudo-saints, there was at least one cultivator below the level 9 pseudo-saint level. Those were obviously the cultivators who had joined the level 9 pseudo-saints to participate in the Tao Discussion Assembly. Luo Fan's heart stirred, and a message was sent out. The message was directly sent to where Kai Busey was, allowing him to receive the message. Kai Busey had been waiting for this message for a long time. When he heard the message, he naturally took a step forward and appeared before Luo Fan. He bowed at Luo Fan and said, "Greetings, Senior Luo Zun." Hearing this, Luo Fan smiled and said, "It's time, let's go." Yes, Kai Busey's eyes flashed with joy. With that, he followed Luo Fan. With a thought, Luo Fan took a step forward. His figure had already appeared in the void. He came before the incomplete Venerable and the others. The level 9 pseudo-saints all recognized Luo Fan. Back then, when Luo Fan fought with the Pagoda Venerable, they had a deep impression of him. A level 5 pseudo-saint was actually able to defeat a level 9 pseudo-saint and even force the level 9 pseudo-saint to die. Such a thing happened. No matter how long it took, they definitely had a deep impression of him. Under such circumstances, when they suddenly saw Luo Fan arrive, they all smiled. They all smiled and greeted Luo Fan. Luo Fan responded to them one by one with a smile on his face. He didn't show any disrespect to anyone. After all, he was a level 9 pseudo-saint. He naturally wouldn't waste time on greetings like mortals. In just a few breaths, he had already completed the process. I didn't expect Luo Zun to break through to the 6th level in just 1,000 years. Your speed of improvement is really admirable. The incomplete Venerable's eyes lit up as he glanced at Luo Fan. At this time, everyone noticed that Luo Fan was no longer a level 5 pseudo-saint, but a level 6 pseudo-saint. They couldn't help but be in an uproar. One should know that they were all experienced people. They knew how difficult it was for a level 5 pseudo-saint to break through to a level 6 pseudo-saint. Back then, it took them at least hundreds of millions of years to break through to this level. But now, although the person in front of them had the battle strength of a level 9 pseudo-saint, he was able to break through to this level in just 1,000 years. Moreover, he had been cultivating in the cave abode during the process. How could they not be surprised? How could they not be in an uproar? I've been at the level 5 pseudo-saint for a long time. Isn't it normal for me to suddenly have an epiphany and break through? Luo Fan explained with a smile. As soon as he said this, everyone revealed a look of realization. This was extremely possible. No matter how long and difficult it was to break through from a level 5 pseudo-saint to a level 6 pseudo-saint, there would definitely be a chance for one to break through in the end. And the time for this breakthrough would definitely be limited to a certain short period of time. Perhaps Luo Fan had already been at the level 5 pseudo-saint for hundreds of millions of years. Now that he had accumulated enough in the past 1,000 years, it was also possible for him to break through just like that. For a level 9 pseudo-saint, a very long period of time was obviously calculated in hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, they didn't know that the very long period that Luo Fan said was only the same as the very long period that mortals said. If they knew, it would be even more unbelievable, seeing that they had already let go of this matter. Luo Fan changed the topic. He looked at Wu Zun, who was standing together with a man and 9 women, and said with a smile, "I haven't congratulated Wu Zun for having a child." Ha! I didn't expect that senior and junior brothers didn't see it, but fellow Taoists did. Wu Zun couldn't help but laugh when he heard Luo Fan's words. Hearing this, the expressions of the remnant venerable and the others changed slightly. In an instant, countless gazes swept across the 10 of them. Then, the book venerable was the first to notice something. He sighed and said, "As expected, I didn't expect that in just 1,000 years, Yao Zun's sister-in-law actually has a child. Congratulations, junior brother." Hearing this, the remnant venerable and the others looked at the joyful and motherly Yao Zun and congratulated Wu Zun. Wu Zun, on the other hand, was very happy. He thanked everyone for their congratulations and was proud of himself. As a level 9 pseudo-saint, creating life and opening up a world was almost instinctive. However, the life that was created in this way was completely different from the life that was born from the union of the opposite sex. The life that was created was like a plaything. Even if one was full of emotions and could treat these living beings as their own children, there was still a layer of separation. However, the children born from a union of the opposite sex were completely different. It was completely the continuation of their life, the continuation of their bloodline, the kind of happiness that came from the bottom of their heart. It was completely different. I decided to gestate it for 100,000 years before letting it be born. At that time, not only will it have a strong foundation, it can also prevent Yao's strength from being damaged. Wu Zun said with a smile. That's right. Sister Yao is now a hero. We can't let her suffer any grievances. Wu Zun's other wife said. The others also nodded. Looking at their expressions, there was no reluctance, and none of them revealed a look of jealousy. The others didn't say much when they saw their expressions. However, almost all of them admired Wu Zun from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of incredible ability did he have? Just now, he was able to coordinate the 9 of them so well that none of them were jealous of one another. Wu Zun felt everyone's gaze and became even more proud. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face, no matter how hard he tried. After a while, after Wu Zun calmed down a little, the book supreme said, "Junior brother, you must be careful in the future. The probability of a level 9 pseudo-saint giving birth to a child is extremely small. You actually obtained such a small chance. This is a great fortune. Perhaps this luck has already consumed a large amount of your luck. I'm afraid that your luck won't be very good for a period of time. Hearing this, Wu Zun and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. The faces of Yao Zun and the others were even more nervous. Eldest senior brother, is that really going to happen? Could it be that Brother Wu will really become unlucky? Yao Zun said nervously. That's for sure. The stronger the life, the greater the restraint of their essence qi. Even if they wanted to give birth to a child, it would be more and more difficult. At the level of a level 9 pseudo-saint, the restraint of their essence qi had already reached a level where there was almost no leakage. For such an existence to want to give birth to a living being, the probability is almost 1 in a billion. Now, Junior Brother was actually able to give birth to a child with sister-in-law in just 1,000 years. How lucky is this? How much luck does this need to consume? How much luck does it take? Is there even a need to say it? The book's supreme sighed. Haha, Senior Brother, you're worrying too much. This might just be the strong luck that I've accumulated in the past. I've transformed this luck into a child, and in the following period of time, my luck will only return to normal. Perhaps I'm not as lucky as before, and my luck isn't as dense as before, but it's definitely not to the extent of being unlucky, Wu Zun said. Everyone knew that these words were just a form of comfort. However, no one said anything else. Even the Book Supreme was the same. Since Wu Zun already knew the seriousness of this matter, saying anything more would only add to his worries. It wouldn't help the situation at all. It was better to end this matter like now. As long as Wu Zun had this concept, he would naturally be more cautious in the future, and he would naturally achieve his goal of saying these words. Because of this matter, the previously very excited atmosphere was completely destroyed. Although Wu Zun tried his best to put on a happy expression, the atmosphere couldn't lighten up because Yao Zun and the others were all worried. Realizing this, Wu Zun couldn't help but feel helpless. He glanced at the Book Supreme with eyes full of resentment, as if blaming the Book Supreme for saying this matter and ruining the atmosphere. At this moment, the Book Supreme felt rather wronged, but he couldn't say much. He stood there once again, looking at his nose and heart and resting motionlessly. As time passed, there were more and more level 9 pseudo-saints arriving from all directions. These new level 9 pseudo-saints didn't participate in Wu Zun's previous discussion, so they weren't affected by the atmosphere. They started to greet their acquaintances, and the atmosphere gradually became livelier as they arrived. However, no matter what, there was already a difference. Therefore, although it was livelier, it was still not as lively as when Wu Zun mentioned that he had a descendant. The sudden appearance of so many level 9 pseudo-sages in the void was like a grand event for the pseudo-sages below. They looked up with reverence and longing on their faces. Every pseudo-sacred realm cultivator's eyes were filled with envy. Level 9 pseudo-saints were the goal of most cultivators' cultivation. Although it was said that the ultimate goal of cultivators was to become a sage, to become eternal and indestructible. They were all-knowing and omnipotent supreme saints that could not be defeated by thousands of tribulations. However, no matter how conceited or arrogant one was, it was impossible for them to be sure that they could become saints. However, level 9 pseudo-saints were different. Although level 9 pseudo-saints were almost omnipotent in the eyes of many cultivators, they weren't saints after all. As long as they were confident in themselves, they wouldn't think that they couldn't become level 9 pseudo-saints in the end. This was especially true for the many cultivators on the island who were at least at the pseudo-sacred stage. Therefore, at this moment, for them, the 2 to 300 level 9 pseudo-saints standing above were their future. They were the goal that they would definitely achieve in the end. As such, they had no choice but to show such expressions. Their eyes were filled with jealousy towards the pseudo-divine cultivators who weren't even at the pseudo-divine level. Some cultivators even looked at them with disdain. In their opinion, these cultivators were just lucky. However, none of them thought that they were inferior to them. In the hearts of almost every cultivator, they even felt that if they had the fortune they had, they would definitely not be any worse than them. If they weren't unlucky, they would be the ones following those level 9 pseudo-saints instead of them. After waiting for half a day, when the number of level 9 pseudo-saints was close to 300 and the total number of cultivators had reached 1,000, the bookmaster said, "Everyone is here. Let's go." Hearing this, everyone became solemn. The pseudo-saints who were below level 9 were even more nervous and expectant. Almost all the other level 9 pseudo-saints had participated in the Tao discussion before, so they naturally knew what was going to happen next. However, it was the first time for these pseudo-saints who were below level 9 pseudo-saints to participate in the Tao discussion. They were naturally very confused and expectant about what was going to happen next. Among them, it was also the first time for Luo Fan to participate in the Tao discussion. At this moment, he was both expectant and confused. What's going to happen next? Where is the location of the Tao discussion spell assembly? Luo Fan's eyes shone with anticipation as he thought about it. However, the answer would be revealed soon. He naturally couldn't ask the others what was going to happen at this moment. After the bookmaster finished speaking, the bodies of the disciples of the Venerable Remnant and the 9 divine wills began to fluctuate subtly. These fluctuations were extremely mysterious and complicated. Gradually, they interweaved and fused together, beginning to produce some kind of inconceivable and mysterious change. These changes gradually caused the surrounding space-time to undergo wonderful changes. During these changes, the layer of laws seemed to be needed by some powerful force. Countless laws began to change and gradually constructed a huge layer of laws that was completely different from before. A mysterious space appeared around everyone and enveloped them in this space. We're finally seeing something like this again. It was unknown which level 9 pseudo-saint let out a sigh at this moment. Following this sigh, the bookmaster and the others shouted. In an instant, ferocious power erupted from their bodies and poured into the void, going deep into the space-time. Despite the terrifying power, none of the level 9 pseudo-sacred cultivators, or even the cultivators below the level 9 pseudo-sacred realm, felt any pressure. None of them were affected by the impact of the power. To them, the power seemed to be in another space-time. It was like an illusion that didn't affect them at all. As this power poured into the void, everything in the void began to undergo extremely subtle changes. Luo Fan's senses were extremely sharp. He instantly sensed that the time and space he was in seemed to have been stretched infinitely and was evolving into nothingness. This change was so strange and wonderful that even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't tell what kind of change it was, let alone find the mystery behind it. He only knew that everything in the demon realm seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Chapter 14:20. The surrounding space-time was changing extremely fast and extremely complicated. Even Luo Fan found it difficult to describe the laws of the changes. In a trance, he could only feel the endless changes appearing around him. He could feel that the space-time he was in was changing. No one knew how long this change lasted. In a trance, all the changes calmed down. However, Luo Fan found that he and the other pseudo-sage experts had arrived at an extremely strange place. At first glance, this place seemed to still be in the demon realm. Even the island they had stayed on for a long time was still there. Even the many cultivators on the island were still there. However, none of the cultivators present were fools, and they were able to discern the difference between this world and the devil dimension with a single glance. The space here was indeed the same as the demon realm, but the time dimension was on a completely different time dimension from the demon realm. Because of this difference, this place had actually become a completely different time and space. It was a place that even a level 9 pseudo-sage expert couldn't get close to. That supreme venerable is actually so powerful that he actually comprehended the time dimension in the state of chaos. After discovering the uniqueness of this place, Luo Fan couldn't help but be shocked. Back then, in a certain vast thousand worlds that simulated the state of chaos, he had already comprehended that the state of chaos also had a time dimension. Such a time dimension was comparable to any perfect world. The time dimension of any world was more basic, and its influence was more absolute. It was the time dimension of a higher existence outside of the state of chaos. This time dimension was like the time dimension of the demon realm's influence on the time dimension of the vast thousand worlds that simulated the state of chaos. However, although he had comprehended that there was such a time dimension behind the state of chaos affecting everything at a deeper level, with his understanding and experience of the state of chaos, he couldn't feel the existence of this time dimension at all. What he could feel was that the time and the state of chaos didn't exist at all. It was mixed with everything else in an extremely strange manner. At this moment, when he stepped into this place, then he suddenly understood. The time dimension here had obviously surpassed the time dimension of the demon realm and even the time dimension of the Earth universe. Perhaps it was still different from the time dimension behind the state of chaos, but at least he was approaching in that direction. Understand this. Luo Fan's underestimation of the supremacy venerable completely disappeared. Those who could comprehend the state of chaos also possessed a certain deeper level of time dimension. This was definitely the strongest existence he had seen since stepping into the Earth's universe, excluding the sages. How could he possibly look at such an existence with a dismissive gaze? After knowing that the time dimension here was different, Luo Fan raised his eyes to look at the island below. After a brief examination, he knew that the flow of time in this dimension was much slower than the flow of time in the demon world. The various activities of the living beings on the island were many times slower than normal. After some calculations, he knew that although he felt like he had only spent a little bit of time in this time dimension, in reality, half a month had passed now that he thought about it. It was already time for the Tao Discussion Society to be held today. Fellow Taoists, welcome to the flowing light world, the Book Supreme said with a smile. These words caused all the cultivators who were shocked by the strangeness of this world to wake up. The flowing light world is indeed worthy of its name. I didn't expect the Tao discussion to be held in such a place. Luo Fan sighed with emotion at this moment. Haha, of course. Master is infinitely close to the sage realm. How could the Tao discussion he hosted be held in an ordinary place? The Remnant Venerable said proudly. Similar to the Remnant Venerable's proud expression, Wu Zun and the others were also proud of their master's means. The other cultivators couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Welcome to the Tao Discussion Society, fellow Taoists. At this moment, a grand voice sounded in everyone's ears. Although this sound is grand, but people who hear it will not be because of this sound. If something were to shake one's mind, one would feel that one's mind had suddenly calmed down, as if it had been soothed by some inexplicable power. Luo Fan was secretly shocked when he heard this voice. Just these words of this person contained an extremely profound charm, as if a supreme, immortal, and indestructible existence was speaking. In a trance, he even felt like a sage was speaking, as expected of a supreme venerable who has mastered 9 holy wills. In an instant, Luo Fan knew who the person who had spoken was. Just when everyone was shocked by the powerful charm in this voice, an inexplicable clear light shone in the void. Then, above the void, a path led to a world that seemed to be a boundless sea of clouds. This was a world that was completely opened up in this time dimension. It could only exist in this time dimension. It was impossible to see this world in any other time dimension, even if this world was placed there without any concealment. Greetings, Master. The Book Supreme and the others hurriedly bowed toward that world. Luo Fan and the others naturally did not dare to be negligent, and they also bowed slightly. That person smiled faintly and said, "No need to be so courteous. Please come up as soon as possible. The doctrine discussion is about to begin, and there are many Taoists waiting here." Naturally, they could not ignore the words of such a powerful person. Then, they hurriedly stepped onto the clear path under the guidance of the Book Supreme and the others. As they stepped onto the path of clear light flickered slightly. Without needing them to do anything, it naturally moved, directly bringing them through the distant void at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived above the cloud-like world. At this moment, there were many platforms in this sea of clouds. The platforms floated in the sea of clouds, looking so elegant, so refined. It gave people an indescribable sense of awe and yearning. The platforms were all the same size. Even the one in the center, which seemed to be surrounded by all the platforms, looked no different from the other platforms. The same size, the same color, the same mysteriousness. Luo Fan roughly counted the number of platforms. There were at least 1,000 platforms, and most of them already had one or more. There were also a few cultivators present. On these platforms, Luo Fan saw a few familiar faces. Yuan Venerate, Hao Venerate, and the other two level 9 pseudo-sanctuary cultivators who had invited Luo Fan to this doctrine discussion were already on 3 platforms. The 3 of them were also accompanied by a few pseudo-sanctuary cultivators. Obviously, they had failed to invite Luo Fan, so they had re-invited some cultivators to join them to this doctrine discussion. The moment Luo Fan saw them, the Yuan Venerate and the others also saw Luo Fan. In an instant, the 3 of them revealed looks of surprise on their faces. Their observational skills were so sharp that they could naturally see that Luo Fan was on the same level as the other level 9 pseudo-sanctuaries. There was no distinction between primary and secondary. This clearly represented that Luo Fan hadn't entered the Tao discussion by relying on 9th level Exalt, and he'd entered the Tao discussion himself as a 9th level false saint. For a moment, they couldn't believe such a fact. One should know that no matter how strong Luo Fan was, no matter whether he had the strength to fight against a level 9 false sage, his cultivation realm had not reached the level of a level 9 false sage. This was very obvious. However, under such circumstances, he was actually able to find a way to enter the venue as a level 9 pseudo-holy cultivator. How could they not be surprised? After the initial shock, they discovered that Luo Fan had already broken through the level 5 pseudo-sage realm and became a level 6 pseudo-sage realm, which was even more shocking. Unlike the other level 9 pseudo-sanctuary experts, they all had a deeper understanding of Luo Fan. They knew that Luo Fan had not set foot on the 5th step for a long time. It had only been a short time, but he had already made a breakthrough and become a level 6 pseudo-sanctuary. This speed was simply too fierce. How could they not be shocked? Luo Fan looked at the 3 of them and smiled. He sent a message to the 3 of them, casually picked an empty platform, and stepped onto it with the 8th level pseudo-sanctuary Kai-Z. From the outside, this platform seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary platform with a radius of several feet. However, after Luo Fan stepped on it, he felt as if he had already become closely connected with this world. All the changes in his surroundings suddenly became incomparably sharp. At least, it was tens of times sharper than what he felt in his normal state. What a treasure! Luo Fan praised in his heart. With a wave of his hand, 2 futons appeared on the platform, one for himself and the other for Kai-Z. Kai-Z thanked Luo Zun and sat cross-legged on the futon behind Luo Fan. As soon as he sat down, the expressions of those level 9 pseudo-sanctuaries who were paying attention to Luo Fan changed slightly. As a level 9 pseudo-sanctuary, it was already extremely strange that Luo Fan, a level 6 pseudo-sanctuary, could participate in the Tao discussion conference. However, he was actually able to occupy a platform with a level 8 pseudo-sanctuary. This surprised them even more. It turned out that most level 9 pseudo-sanctuaries were looking at Kai-Z suspiciously. After all, a level 8 pseudo-sanctuary was more likely to be qualified to participate in this Tao discussion conference than a level 6 pseudo-sanctuary. However, they didn't expect that Luo Fan, a level 6 pseudo-sanctuary, would occupy the main seat between the two. How could they not be shocked by this change that was beyond their imagination? For a moment, all sorts of doubts about Luo Fan's identity flashed through everyone's minds. Many people even suspected that Luo Fan's identity was related to a sage. Some even suspected that he had something to do with the feeling of an apex venerable who had mastered 9 sacred decrees. However, no matter how much they suspected, No one thought that Luo Fan could actually have the strength of a level 9 pseudo-sanctuary. A level 6 pseudo-sanctuary possessing the strength of a level 9 pseudo-sanctuary. How could a level 9 pseudo-sanctuary without a strong imagination believe this? I didn't expect Taoist Luo Zun to be so unfathomable. Looks like I was embarrassed back then. At this moment, a message from the Yuan Venerate, who had already confirmed his guess, was sent over through a strange channel. Then, Hao Zun and the other two sent messages over as well, expressing the same thing. When Luo Fan heard this, he just smiled slightly. What do you mean by hiding something? You've overestimated me. It was just a coincidence that I was able to enter this place. Don't be humble, Taoist. How could the Yuan Venerates and the others believe Luo Fan's words now? Luo Fan chuckled and didn't explain further. At this moment, a curious level 9 pseudo-sanctuary sent a message. I'm here to participate. It's fate. How about getting to know each other? My name is Sun Zun. How should I address you? Luo Fan looked over and saw a middle-aged man on a platform not far away, smiling and nodding at Luo Fan. Obviously, he was the one who had spoken. A level 9 pseudo-sanctuary. It was always a good thing to get to know more people. However, Luo Fan didn't reject people. He smiled and nodded. I'm Luo Fan. Greetings, Taoist Sun Zun. Oh, it's Taoist Luo Zun. Nice to meet you. Sun Zun chuckled. Then, he didn't say anything substantial. He just exchanged some pleasantries with Luo Fan before stopping. This person's actions were like a role model. Starting from him, more and more cultivators sent messages asking to get to know Luo Fan. Luo Fan responded to them one by one. In no time, he had already gotten to know dozens of level 9 pseudo-sanctuaries. After responding to them one by one, Luo Fan turned his attention to the platform in the middle. There was only a figure sitting on a futon on that platform. However, unlike the other platforms, this figure didn't exude any aura. There wasn't even a trace of the aura of an ordinary person coming from him. He was like a phantom, sitting quietly in a lotus position. His appearance seemed extremely clear at first glance, as if he wasn't concealed at all. But so long as anyone wanted to carefully discern his appearance, they would notice that his appearance was extremely blurry, and it was blurry to the point it was impossible to distinguish or see through him. Obviously, such a special person was the host of the Tao discussion this time, the Supreme Exalt that had grasped 9 strands of Saint Will, the Master of the Book Venerate, the Remnant Venerate, and the others, the Holy Venerate. That's right, this person was named sacred. However, even Luo Fan didn't think he was being arrogant at this moment. This was because this person was qualified to be named sacred. He was so powerful that he had taken 9 paths to break through to the sacred realm and finally obtain 9 sacred wills. He was indeed qualified to be named sacred. The Holy Venerable sat cross-legged on the platform. As time passed, his body began to change from a welcoming figure to a real one. A faint aura began to emit from his body. This aura was extremely mysterious and powerful. It faintly emitted an aura that was eternal and indestructible. This was an aura similar to the sacred will. As soon as Luo Fan felt this aura, he knew that this person had already completely fused the holy decree with his aura, making his aura in fact the holy decree, and making the holy decree in fact his aura in fact. After understanding this, he suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that the Holy Venerate's voice that he heard just now was also merged with the sacred will. It was precisely because of this that his voice sounded so wonderful and mysterious. After coming to a realization, Luo Fan's thoughts scattered and he suddenly understood more things. This person's figure had obviously merged with a sacred will. Everything within the Saint Decree had already fused with his body, and all the mysteries within it had already been fully displayed in his body. No wonder his figure is so perfect, as if it contains all the mysteries of the universe. It turns out that the sacred will has been merged with it. It seems that this person has completely refined the 9 holy wills and completely fuse them with the 9 parts of his body. Luo Fan was both shocked and impressed in his heart. The Holy Venerate's aura gradually spread and increased. In the blink of an eye, it had filled the entire Cloud Sea world and shrouded the entire Cloud Sea world under its aura. This aura was an aura that had merged with the sacred will, and it contained endless, unimaginable mysteries. Being enveloped by this aura, none of the living creatures in the Cloud Sea world felt pressured at all. They only felt that their aura was released involuntarily and gradually manifested. It mixed with the aura and gradually spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea world. Normally, the aura of any 2 cultivators would be different. Just like that, they overlapped. There would definitely be a huge conflict, and this area would become extremely chaotic. However, at this moment, the situation was completely different. Due to the balance of the Holy Venerate's aura, the thousands of auras did not clash at all. Instead, they were extremely harmonious. They merged together in an indescribably mysterious manner. This caused the nature of the entire Cloud Sea world to gradually change. It made every cultivator feel as if they had become a part of the Cloud Sea world's owner. They felt that all the changes in the Cloud Sea world were reflected in their hearts in an extremely intuitive manner. For a level 9 pseudo-sage existence, words were already so useless. Therefore, the Holy Venerate had no intention of speaking at this moment. He directly used an extremely special method to announce the start of this Tao discussion. Similarly, there was no need for any words in this Tao discussion. Tao could be spoken, but it was not an ordinary Tao. A truly profound Tao discussion wasn't something that could be carried through such a shallow method of communication like language. Therefore, for all the cultivators present, this Tao discussion was not like a normal Tao discussion or Tao discussion where everyone went up to preach their own techniques, abilities, and Tao techniques. Instead, they directly used an extremely special method to display their own Tao. They would fuse, compete, and interact with each other's Tao. There were many methods for such a process. Right now, the Holy Venerate had clearly chosen to start with aura. Even if it wasn't a grade 9 pseudo-saint like Luo Fan, who had completely integrated all of his cultivation into himself, the aura would still contain the Tao that he had cultivated. It was just that the amount of Tao contained within it might not be that much, and it might not be that complete. Therefore, using aura as the carrier of the Tao he cultivated to communicate with others was still a unique method of communication, even though it was impossible to completely communicate with others. It was also because they understood this that the level 9 pseudo-sage present did not hesitate at all. They continuously changed their auras and started to cause the entire Cloud Sea world to change subtly, try to make the Cloud Sea world change in a certain direction. Every cultivator thought this way, and this caused the Cloud Sea world to change in thousands of directions. Just like this, these thousands of changes in directions would naturally cause an inexplicable conflict. Under normal circumstances, this conflict would be enough to tear the entire Cloud Sea world apart and turn it into nothingness. However, at this time, with the Holy Venerate's aura that contained the Holy Will in the middle, the various conflicts did not have any negative impact on the Cloud Sea world at all. Instead, it caused the entire Cloud Sea world to show countless mysterious phenomena. Every single one of these phenomena contained a cultivator's Tao, and every single one of them contained some sort of extremely detailed Tao that could allow any cultivator to comprehend a lot of mysteries within them. With such a change, the world of clouds could be said to have instantly transformed into a scene of thousands of different Taos. Anyone could observe the Taos of others, and everyone could also manifest their own Taos to others. Luo Fan was no exception. Luo Fan's worldview was the foundation of his cultivation, but this kind of cultivation was only a change of concept. It could only affect the Tao that he cultivated and his own Tao from the foundation. However, it cannot be considered a Tao at all. Under such circumstances, The Tao that he manifested through the phenomenon of the aura transformation was only the Tao fruit Tao. Chapter 14:21. Many of the level 9 pseudo-sages in the venue were extremely curious about Luo Fan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, most of the level 9 pseudo-sages focused their attention on the Tao fruit that Luo Fan's aura revealed. Almost all the level 9 pseudo-sages' expressions changed slightly when they sensed it. This was because they suddenly felt that the Tao contained in Luo Fan's aura was unimaginably rich. Even though he was only a level 6 pseudo-sages, the Tao contained in his aura was not inferior to the Tao contained in their aura. In fact, it even seemed a little more than that. How could they remain calm when facing such an unbelievable situation? As for the Tao fruit that Luo Fan's aura contained, they were not very concerned. Although the Tao of fruits of Tao was mysterious and unfathomable, and after cultivating it, one would be much more powerful than an ordinary cultivator in every realm. However, how could the Tao of those who could cultivate to level 9 of the sage level be ordinary? Amongst these cultivators, there were countless existences that cultivated Taos that weren't inferior to Luo Fan's Tao fruit Grand Tao in the slightest. Under such circumstances, how could they care about Luo Fan's Tao fruit? Naturally, they were more concerned about the fact that Luo Fan could embody the Tao fruit in his aura so directly and obviously. Luo Fan did not care about their observation of his aura. During this process, he was also deeply comprehending the Tao revealed in the aura of these cultivators. During this process, he felt that his horizons had been broadened. There were thousands of level 9 pseudo-sages in the venue. In addition to those level 9 pseudo-sages, there were even more level 8 pseudo-sages and level 7 pseudo-sages. Any one of these people could definitely be regarded as geniuses in the demon realm and the area where they grew up. Their legendary experiences in their lives might be slightly inferior to Luo Fan's, but there was a limit to it. All of their legendary experiences and gains were obviously fused with the Tao they cultivated, which was naturally reflected in the thousands of auras that existed in the venue at this moment. Sensing these auras, Luo Fan felt as if he was observing the lives of thousands of cultivators. Almost every second, he felt that he had gained something new. His understanding of the great Tao and his understanding of the world of laws had all improved and grown. Of course, among all the cultivators, Luo Fan cared the most. It was not the aura of others, but the aura of the Saint Venerable. If the aura of other people only contained the experience of one lifetime, then the experience of the Holy Senior contained 10 lifetimes. Moreover, in his previous 9 lifetimes, he had obtained shocking achievements and charged into the Saint realm. In this 10th life, he had reached this step. He even had the qualifications to break through to the Saint realm. Compared to Luo Fan's legendary experience, this kind of super legendary experience was probably even more than Luo Fan's legendary experience. Sensing his Tao, Luo Fan felt an inexplicable shock all the time. It could be said that because of his lack of experience, he was unable to sort out his own unique worldview that was completely suitable for himself. This was all the cultivation abilities, cultivation methods, and even cultivation experiences of the Saint Venerable. He was stronger than Luo Fan. It's a pity. If this person could sort out his own worldview, he might really be able to become a saint. Luo Fan thought as he sensed the Saint Venerable's aura. The reason why Luo Fan knew that the key to becoming a saint was to sort out a worldview that was completely suitable for himself and be self-sufficient. The worldview that supported him to survive in the state of chaos was what he had learned in the great Tianyuan world with 800 saints. It was not even what he had thought of. Although the Saint Venerable in front of him was powerful, he had never been to the big world and could only rely on himself to explore the way to become a saint. Therefore, it was impossible for him to think of this key point. Without this key point, no matter how powerful the Saint Venerable was, unless his worldview was exactly the same as the saint who created the Devil Kingdom or the powerful existence who created the entire universe on Earth, He would never be able to become a saint. It's such a pity. Looking at the saint, Luo Fan could not help but sigh. He knew that if he wanted to help the Saint Venerable in front of him become a saint, all he needed to do was to go and tell him how important his worldview was. He believed that the holy senior, who had walked on 9 paths and was now walking on the 10th path, would definitely be able to instantly understand that this was the key step that he had been missing for billions of years of cultivation. With his talent, if he changed his path at this time and walked in this direction, he would definitely be able to obtain a greater chance of becoming a saint than Luo Fan. However, Luo Fan had no intention of doing so at all. He did not know the Saint Venerable at all. He had fought for the right to participate in the Tao discussion conference on his own. The Saint Venerable did not even care about him. He was not sure about his personality, thoughts, and attitude after becoming a saint. Under such circumstances, how could the Saint Venerable tell him the key point that could help a person become a saint? Don't forget, this was becoming a saint. If the Saint Venerable told him, it would be equivalent to directly pushing him to the saint realm. Sighing, Luo Fan suppressed the pity in his heart and began to carefully sense the changes in the aura. The Saint Venerable's aura also contained almost all of his cultivation paths. At the very least, it contained all of the cultivation paths that were contained in one of the saint wills. It should be noted that his aura had completely merged with one of the saint wills. Of course, the Tao discussion conference could not only be used to sense the aura. After an unknown period of time, when many cultivators had clearly sensed Luo Fan's Tao fruit and gradually shifted their attention to the other cultivators' auras, the Saint Venerable had already begun to make a new move. An auspicious cloud surged out from the top of his head. After the auspicious cloud surged out, it naturally merged with the Saint Venerable's aura and spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea world. The auspicious cloud was none other than the true manifestation of the Tao that he had cultivated. The auspicious cloud was colorful, but it did not appear gorgeous. Instead, it seemed inexplicably pure. It was as if this multicolored appearance was an incomparably pure natural appearance of an incomparably pure creature. The colorful light surged and looked like an image that was formed from endless information. After merging with the aura, it naturally underwent a tremendous change and began to gradually engrave itself in the depths of the Cloud Sea world. It produced an incredible power. Endless worlds were born from the changes in the auspicious cloud. They were densely packed and layered, covering the entire world. All of the information within them evolved into all kinds of strange creatures. They were thrown into those worlds. At that moment, Luo Fan felt some kind of strange traction being produced. It began to guide the cultivation in his heart and slowly materialized. The auspicious cloud formed above his head and rapidly spread, merging with his aura. It similarly covered the entire Cloud Sea world. After that, it did not create a world. Instead, all of the information within it evolved into various creatures, which were also thrown into the countless worlds. Similar to him, many other cultivators also experienced the same changes. Balls of auspicious clouds spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea world and merged with their auras, causing the entire Cloud Sea world to become more and more complicated, more and more mysterious, more and more unbelievable. The information that contained their Tao also evolved into countless creatures that were thrown into the many worlds. Along with the changes of many cultivators, the world itself instantly changed from an extremely empty and desolate appearance to an extremely lively appearance. It seemed that it could already be regarded as a complete world. There's actually such a change. This Tao discussion conference is indeed mysterious. Such a thought appeared in Luo Fan's mind. He could clearly feel it. All of the changes in those worlds were directly reflected in his heart. It contained all the actions, experiences, cultivation, and interactions with other living beings in that world of the living beings that he cultivated. He could feel it all without missing a single detail. He was not the only one. He could clearly sense every single creature in those worlds during this process. Moreover, he could also sense it as if he was experiencing it himself. Now, all the cultivators here felt the same about the many worlds. To them, all of the creatures in those worlds were like themselves. Those creatures began to act according to the Tao that they originally contained. All of their actions, all of their cultivation, all of their comprehension, and all of their improvements were the embodiment of the Tao that they contained. Under such circumstances, if others could sense all of their actions, it would naturally be equivalent to personally experiencing the Tao. As such, the reason for the existence of the many worlds was very obvious. It was clearly to allow all the cultivators participating in the Tao discussion conference to personally experience the Tao that many other cultivators cultivated. Wasn't the purpose of the Tao discussion conference to allow others to understand their own Tao, understand the Tao of others, and then extract the essence and get rid of the impurities? In this world, was there anything more direct and suitable than personally experiencing the Tao that others cultivated? As for why there were so many worlds, the reason was even simpler. How could a single creature or a single world display all of the profundities of a Tao? Of course, there had to be countless environments, countless worlds, and countless creatures in order to display all of it. The flow of time in those worlds was extremely fast. Practically every instant was equivalent to hundreds or thousands of years, and every breath was equivalent to tens of millions of years. As such, in just a few short breaths, the scenes in those worlds had undergone tremendous changes. Those who cultivated powerful Tao and had a bright future, and the creatures that contained their Tao were able to achieve achievements that far surpassed other creatures in those worlds. Therefore, after a few breaths and hundreds of millions of years of development, those worlds were naturally divided into different classes. Among them, almost every world was occupied by the creatures that contained the Saint Venerate's Tao, and they occupied the top positions. Besides that, even though the living beings that possessed Luo Fan's Tao fruit and Grand Tao didn't stand at the top, they were still at the top. Amongst the boundless living beings, there were extremely few living beings that could suppress them, and they could practically be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In such a situation, for most level 9 pseudo-saint cultivators, they felt that it was unbelievable, but they also felt that it was reasonable. What was unbelievable was that Luo Fan was only a mere level 6 pseudo-saint. To almost all the cultivators present, even the level 9 pseudo-saint cultivators who had come to participate in the Tao discussion conference were far inferior to Luo Fan. With this level of cultivation, the Tao he cultivated was actually able to occupy such a top-notch position among thousands of cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, it was unbelievable. As for why they felt that it was reasonable, it was even simpler. One must know that the strength of a level 9 pseudo-saint cultivator made them have to admit that he was on equal footing with them. No matter what, the Tao that he cultivated could not possibly be weak. Therefore, it was obviously reasonable for him to be able to occupy a high position among the cultivators' Taos. In addition to Luo Fan's unimaginably powerful strength, there were many things that the level 9 pseudo-saint cultivators did not expect. There were many pseudo-saint cultivators who had come to participate in the Tao discussion conference who had attached themselves to level 9 pseudo-saint cultivators. Their corresponding living beings in those worlds had also obtained extremely high positions, although they were not as heaven-defying as Luo Fan. He had suppressed most level 9 pseudo-saint cultivators. Such a change greatly interested the level 9 pseudo-saint cultivators. Fortunately, the strength of those pseudo-saint rank cultivators below level 9 was biased. Some worlds could obtain extremely high statuses, while most worlds only performed mediocre. Their stability, or rather, their applicability, was far inferior to those pseudo-saint rank 9 existences. Because of this, those pseudo-saint rank 9 existences regained some of their dignity. For those level 9 pseudo-saint cultivators, this kind of experience, it was just that they were looking for flaws and making up for them. They could see from the Daos of others that their own Daos could be perfected and improved. Seriously speaking, the benefits were not much at all. However, for those cultivators who had yet to become level 9 pseudo-saint, this experience was simply the greatest opportunity of their lives. Even the opportunity they had when they first entered the Tao was far inferior to the opportunity they had today. This was because, through this Tao discussion conference, they had truly experienced how huge the gap between them and a real level 9 pseudo-saint was. They had truly understood what they were missing. What was missing was why they could not break through and reach a higher realm. It could be said that if these level 7 and level 8 pseudo-saints could leave this Tao discussion conference alive, their cultivation would definitely increase tremendously in a very short period of time. It was not impossible for them to become level 9 pseudo-saints in the end. Of course, this was the case for other level 8 pseudo-saints. However, for Luo Fan, there was no such heaven-defying benefit. He would not encounter any bottlenecks between level 5 pseudo-saint and level 6 pseudo-saint, but it did not mean that he could break through very quickly. Even he would need a lot of accumulation to break through when he had just stepped into the level 6 pseudo-saint realm. In addition, at this moment, the cultivation of many level 9 pseudo-saint cultivators was not as good as his. As a result, the significance of this Tao discussion conference was actually similar to that of other level 9 pseudo-saints. At most, it would only stabilize his realm compared to other level 9 pseudo-saints. Every level 9 pseudo-saint took trillions of years to grow. It would obviously take at least trillions of years to see the growth of the living beings in the world, which was to see the evolution of the Tao in their bodies to the limit. As a result, even though the flow of time in those worlds had accelerated to the point where a breath of time in the outside world was equivalent to millions of years in there, it would still take a long time to truly see the results of the evolution of the Daos. A breath of time was equivalent to millions of years, and a trillion years was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years. In other words, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of breaths for these Tao to evolve to the limit and the final result to appear. Even if it was just the most basic calculation of trillions of years, it would take at least a few days in the Cloud Sea world. Not to mention that it would take countless trillions of years for the last cultivator's Tao to evolve to its limit and reach its final state. In other words, the result that Luo Fan wanted to see was born. However, it would take at least tens of thousands of days, hundreds of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, of course, for any cultivator present. Hundreds of thousands of years was nothing, and it was not worth it for them to be moved at all. Therefore, even if they knew it would take such a long time to see the evolution, they were all willing to wait. None of them felt any impatience at all. The various changes gradually stabilized, and the scene in the Cloud Sea world also gradually stabilized. At this moment, in this Cloud Sea world, the sea of clouds below was still the same as before. The thousands of platforms that existed above the sea of clouds were also quietly floating in the sea of clouds in their original positions. And a few dozen feet above these platforms was another boundless sea of auspicious clouds. This sea of auspicious clouds was formed by thousands of different colored auspicious clouds overlapping together. At this moment, it did not reveal any color of the auspicious clouds. Instead, it was a gray cloud that seemed to be in a chaotic state. At this moment, the countless worlds that existed within the auspicious clouds were faintly discernible, sinking and floating within the gray clouds. It looked like they were like perfect worlds that existed in the state of chaos. This scene was so mysterious that it surpassed one's imagination. However, at this moment, all the living beings in this Cloud Sea world, including the Saint Venerables, were sitting quietly with their eyes closed. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. They looked like dead statues, and they did not seem like peerless powerhouses that could destroy the world at all. It was as if time had stopped. Compared to the rapid evolution of tens of millions of years in the countless worlds within the auspicious cloud, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference was so huge so shocking, and so unbelievable. Time gradually passed. The situation in those worlds was developing. Many cultivators in this cloud sea world, even if they had thoughts in their hearts, gradually became completely immersed in those worlds. They gradually became completely immersed in those worlds, gradually forgetting the passage of time and the development of the real world. The various developments in those worlds were not all smooth sailing. Sometimes, some worlds would be destroyed and completely destroyed because of the battle between some living beings. Whenever this happened, the auspicious clouds seemed to be in a chaotic state and naturally gave birth to new worlds. It naturally led the chaos of many cultivators in this cloud sea world into those worlds, creating the situation of the destruction of the worlds and starting to develop again. This kind of thing happened from time to time. As it happened more and more times, Luo Fan unknowingly understood some of the principles of how the Saint Venerables constructed these worlds. In a trance, he seemed to understand some secrets about the Daos of cultivation. However, he only understood it in a trance. He could not explain it all, as if this kind of secret could only be understood and could not be conveyed. This feeling, which he had not encountered for a long time, made Luo Fan feel inexplicably annoyed. While Luo Fan was annoyed, in this cloud sea world, the many fake sages who participated in the Tao discussion had unknowingly placed more and more attention on those worlds and the living beings corresponding to Luo Fan. There was no other reason. As time passed, in those worlds, the living beings corresponding to Luo Fan had unknowingly threatened the status of the living beings corresponding to the Saint Venerables. Those living beings that had been suppressed had unknowingly gained the strength to challenge the living beings corresponding to the Saint Venerables. In many worlds, those living beings had even challenged the Saint Venerables, and some of them had even succeeded